Welcome
Hi.
to the ElderRoles, TheVoidProphecy, session 45. I am Shade, the streamer, and this is Soul Angel, our lovely DM and also host. Um, Welcome.
Hello.
Um, Before we get started, just a couple quick announcements. Nox Glarior will be joining us a bit later in the session today as he has some current IRL responsibilities. And Krim will also not be joining us again as they have some major IRL issues that they're currently dealing with at this time. We hope that whatever is happening to them gets resolved very soon, and we miss them dearly. Krim, if you're watching this,
Yes,
miss you, bud. Hope you come back.
we do. We're keeping Cauldron warm for you.
Very much
Or
so.
technically Thorn is
Gla-
doing it, but
I was gonna say Glarior, but that works too.
Keeping him in his fish enclosure.
Got to
Oh
keep
His
him in
man.
little,
his place so the twink doesn't lose his mind.
his little aquarium.
Yeah.
Um, Aside from those IRL announcements, other announcement which I will post in the Twitch channel, the server, not server, the chat. Thank you. We have our little Esper server. This is the system that my DM is currently working on, lovely Soul Angel here, who is basically making an entire system based off of Elder Scrolls, pure Elder Scrolls. Um, and that is the link to the server. So if you want to join that to talk to us, or talk to other people who are in the server, join a little community, or maybe even see what Elder Scrolls system would be in place, please do join. Click the link. Soul, if you want to quickly talk about Esper.
Esper is a very freeform 2D20 gridless combat system. So basically, if you choose to be a Nord warrior that shoots magic, you so can do that. Or if you want to be a wizard that swings around a battle axe, you could do that. It takes a lot of notes from Elder Scrolls 5, 4, and 3 as far as like spells and the combat and how to customize your character goes, more so on the 3 side because I'm a 3 fan. But at the same time, we are an alpha and we'll hopefully be doing our first combat test soon. I did get another School of Magic done. I got Thaumaturgy done, and I'm moving on to Restoration next. And if you guys wish to get in and um, just mess around with the character builder, which I do have complete and will be posting that within the next week so people can fiddle around and make characters in Google Docs and share them so I can see if there's any inconsistencies and like fix them, or if you just want to make the most ridiculous thing in the world, you can. That being said, on another note, now that Shade can have subscribers, please don't mute our thing. We don't really make money off of this. We just play for fun. This is not portion of the streaming that is like for the subscriptions. It's for his other stuff, for like when he plays Helldivers 2 and stuff, so, or Final
Yes.
Fantasy. So
Um,
it doesn't
on
count here.
on that note, I do other content aside from D&D. So, this I am saying this for my legality here. Um, Even though this is technically part of my channel, I am not making any revenue off of Elder Scrolls. I'm not making any revenue off of the content that is within Soul's game. All free, all fun. You will be able to see all this content as well on my YouTube in the next day when it is uploaded straight from Twitch. So do not worry about that at all. Otherwise,
Nothing is
please,
gated.
correct. Otherwise, please do enjoy your time with us.
Yeah.
But yes,
So uh gaming companies that made the music like Larian Studios and Santa Monica Studios, we're not making money off of your music. I just use it for like background stuff, okay? I mood setting. Please don't mute us.
indeed. Thank you very much.
All right, that being said, Are we all ready to begin?
Yeah.
Sure.
Groovy.
I'm just deciding what playlist. We'll go for tense. That one's always a good one. So last we left off, the party followed Tagroth deeper into the Evergloam in order to rid Nocturnal of Boetha's invasion. There they were greeted by the Duke of Crows, who lost a few of his court to Boetha's own Daedra in this incursion. He then proceeded to warn them about the dangers of the forest, to stay close to either Tagroth or Taliesin, as those who are not faithful to Nocturnal, who have strayed into the forest, would be lost forever. There in the forest, they discovered Boetha's minions, corrupting Shrikes and Wraith of Crows alike, and a fight ensued. When the fight was over, Nocturnal appeared and destroyed her own two corrupted Daedra, then gave Taliesin a gift, empowering him to a champion of hers, and strengthening his Sword of Shadows, now allowing it to go between its original bow form and its sword form. The party then found a nice space under a tree in a field to talk. Glarier took out one of Taliesin's teeth and as a part of a promise kept, and we don't talk about that. That was weird. Tiny also continued to smell party members and worried that one of them was a Daedric prince. We also don't talk about that. That's weird.
Stinky.
At least a weird thing that happened.
Yeah. The least of the two things that were weird that happened. When the rest was done, they set off again, using the amulet of planeswalking, aiming for Apocrypha. Again, it failed to take them to their location of choice, and instead they ended up in the hunting grounds, realm of Hircine. Now, the question is, will they use this opportunity to gain the Prince of Beasts' attention as he hunts the party, or delay and flee when the amulet recharges? And the floor is yours, guys.
I immediately flick off here. No, I'm joking. I'm joking.
Yeah, that DC went up.
Could I do like a kind of, I don't know if it would be, I would think it's survival of like thinking fight or flight. Like, is it worth it to stay here and try to reason with a hunt master?
He is
Apex
still
predator, or
you don't know, honestly. He is in the sky, and he is boasting how it has been over 200 years since he has hunted a prophesied, and you know who he's referencing because Veldrin's mentioned the Blood Moon before.
Tiny wouldn't know that.
Yeah. He
Well,
mentioned it in like brief passing before that. One of his prophecies was the Blood Moon. Only people who know what the Blood Moon is would be able to.
I guess, could I, in that sense, survival roll just for like fight or flight? Like, would I know which of the two options is our best bet?
Yeah, I would say survival roll too, because this is a very imposing figure. And I don't think Tiny is aware of the state of the companions, right?
No,
No.
briefly. I was.
Oh, right.
Because I was
Didn't
briefly
know
told
that.
of like
They haven't cured themselves yet.
no.
they haven't cured themselves, and one of them approached me as I gave them pieces of the axe, saying, "We want to talk
Wow.
more, but something
never-
is wrong."
Just
Yeah.
pass the quest.
I don't
line,
think
for
they
Christ's
told me
sake.
exactly. I think they just said
No.
something is wrong, and I would like your help once the like formal channel, I guess, whatever is done.
Yeah. And it just kind of got carried away with other things, and then the sky went black, and you know.
While Thurby is making his survival check, could I make like a religion check to see what Hircine's all about, if I recall anything?
Sure, go ahead. Tiny with the 25. This is the Hunt Master, the father of beasts, the prince of the hunt. And he just said he was hunting you. And you look up, after he vanishes, and you see a blood red moon in the sky. Who's proficient in history?
Yeah, I was about to say, can I do a history check for that?
Yes. Taliesin, with a 17 in religion check. He's definitely all about hunting, and he definitely wants to hunt you. What was your question exactly again?
My question was, do I know from my past teachings, and just fellow like scholastic pursuits, military-wise and mage-wise, do I know anything about Hircine?
Hircine, with a 17, let me pull him up to tell you what you know of him. He is known as the Huntsman, Lord of the Hunt, Master of Beasts, and Master of the Chase. He is the father of man-beasts, namely werewolves, werebears, and the like. And he tends to take them into his realm when they either die or choose to go to his realm. And he absolutely loves the sport of the hunt. And he has a few Daedric artifacts, namely the Ring of Hircine, the Ring of Werewolves, Savior's Hide, Spear of Bitter Mercy, Spear of the Hunter, and Totem of Claw and Fang, as well as the Totems of Hircine. So he has quite a few. That's what you can remember about it, but you don't exactly remember what they do, but you do know that the Spear of the Hunter is his favored, and he will often carry it more often than not before like blessing it upon mortals. Alira.
What?
You rolled a dirty 20. I like that. I like that. Okay, let me pull up the page so I get all this right. Lore, Blood Moon. The Blood Moon is a phenomenon when occurring when Hircine's Great Hunt is hosted on Nirn. And that usually happens at the end of an era. But here's the problem. Feldrin saw to it being hosted on Nirn. So it's not being hosted on Nirn anymore, it's being hosted in his realm. And you are the star guest. Oh shit.
Us companions
So-
to finish the quest line.
Yeah. No,
Jesus
Feldrin
Christ.
did finish the quest line. he forbade the Blood Moon hunt from happening on Tamriel ever again. Except now it's here and you're in it, and the
So I'm
spotlight's on
hearing
you.
This is Feldrin's fault.
Yes. This is Feldrin's
Shame.
fault because that motherfucker was drunk and high for each one of his prophecies. He fought Dagoth drunk and high.
He got into the fucking skooma supply again.
He's so
Yes,
real
he
for
did.
that.
Yeah. Hey, look, you're thrust into something you don't want to do and you were made immortal against your will. You're gonna fucking get high and drunk all you want.
I feel like Farron's definitely done skooma at one point.
So, as he vanishes from the sky and you see that piercing double moon, one of them blood red, Alira, the realization hits you, this is the Blood Moon hunt, and you're in it.
Oh, that's a bit ominous, isn't it?
And
boy.
then, after you make that realization, you hear a horn sound, and then several howls from beyond the trees. It is time to run.
Tiny shouts, we need to move. Find a better spot to defend or hide or limit their options. And then he just like looks off. Is it another check to find like, I don't know if running in other direction works,
Perception
or
check all around to find which way is the best way to go.
Oh sure, yeah, let's go.
Because currently you're standing in this location that you see on the screen. You're like ankle deep in water with the fog just kind of resting along it and like green haze surrounding the trees, kind of obscuring a little bit.
24.
Could I assist him so he
20.
gets advantage just in case?
I said all around. You all can roll it if you want.
I want to give mine to Tiny, please.
Okay, yeah.
Alright, I roll again.
Generally, I don't allow that because it's like you using your own eyeballs, but you know.
Nope, 24.
24. Parent, you are freaked out because, oh boy, you grew up knowing about these stories because your Ashlander heritage. You see Feldrin as the Nerevarine, as Saint Nerevar, and you know those stories. You're like, oh god, oh god,
Yeah,
oh god.
I'm a member.
I'm
I'm a member of his fan club.
You're a member of his fan club. You get
Uh.
the weekly newsletter.
Hell yeah.
Of his fan club?
Jeez.
But Tiny, you're surrounded by a gentle rising hill leading off to some cliffs and mountains off to your right. Off to your left, you see a thick copse of trees with the creek running through it. And behind you is more trees. Do you choose to go down along the creek, or do you further away from the water into the trees?
I'm thinking the mountain cliff would look the most convenient option because then we can limit the forces only coming from one direction, whereas running through water might be hard, and then in a forest we could easily be blindsided by an attack.
Okay.
So Tiny just shouts in a voice that doesn't sound like his. It's much more commanding than normal, and he's just like, "Move this way now!" And he just like grabs a person closer to him and like yanks them and starts running that direction, kind of like jostling the party awake, and he just starts taking off.
I need athletics or acrobatics checks all around because these trees are thick. Either you're going to be pushing straight through the branches, breaking them and creating sound, or you're going to be hopping over them.
But I know rage only lasts for 6 seconds, but because this is like fight for my life, could I rage and just kind of be like in an extended rage, or like for the minute, or does that not work?
It would not work. You would only be in for 6 seconds because you're not in combat.
Okay, cool. Had to ask.
Soul, I need
Nat 20.
Ooh.
I need a
Tiny is the bulldozer.
Glarior sheet, please.
Oh, right. Glarior sheet. Don't forget Thorn to roll for Caldi.
Aldrin
Hey,
has
he's fine.
plus 12.
He's okay. Ooh. Okay.
Meanwhile, me with my raw athletics check over here.
There you go. You got access to a sheet.
Thank you.
Okay. Alira is lagging behind, but fortunately she's not tripping over anything because Thribby, with that natural 20 for a total of 32, you run straight into those trees and you're breaking through branches, creating a path as you go. You're just like on pure adrenaline right now as you just crash straight through, and the forest starts getting darker and darker and darker as you go. And you do come to like a split in the clearing, in this very narrow clearing. One, you could hear a river running down off to your left. And another, you can see a clearing off straight in front of you. A clearing with what looks like a very faint flickering light.
Run towards the light and the clearing.
Okay.
Just so we have a plain view of what's in front of us. Trying to eliminate people sneaking, or beasts like hiding and stealthing after us and catching us by surprise.
Okay. I want from you guys, as Tiny, you see this and everybody else starts seeing it too. I want natural survival checks to see if this would be a safe direction to go, or if you should head toward the river, and what you can hear is a waterfall in the distance.
Hell yeah!
Hell yeah! Woo! You're like, whatever, it's a light. Go toward it.
It's a great start.
Just pure intelligence.
Towson with a dirty 20 takes the lead on this one. Nature check. You look down at the ground. The ground does not look very well like it's been worn down or hunted, but you can hear behind you a flurry of footsteps. You can roll a perception check yourself to see if you can hear how many footsteps.
You know what? Sure. My shit +0 perception? Hell yeah.
Hell yeah!
Straight
Flat 10. It's definitely more than 2, and one of them seems larger than the others.
10.
And
So
sounds like 4 feet.
based on the nature check, the less traveled path seems the safer one.
Yes.
Okay, Taliesin seeing this, like, this way, let's go, come on, let's go! And he's,
Because you hear a waterfall going the other direction, you don't know what that waterfall impedes or how it would help you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Tiny hearing someone else shout directions, immediately trusts the party member and just does a pivot, and he's like, "We're turning!" and just leads back off to where Taliesin was shouting.
Okay. You crash through into a clearing, and I'm just going to show you this because I'm very proud that I figured out how to do this.
Mm.
Oh.
Ooh! That's pretty.
Is that not the same light I saw? It's a different light.
No, that's the light you saw, is that little campfire right there.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah.
I will allow you to investigate the area.
Tiny's gonna skip the investigation and just look around for threats. Just seeing like if anyone else is following us, if anything else is here waiting for us to jump us.
Okay, you roll a perception check yourself as you step forward into the copse and look around at the water and along the
25.
trees. 25?
Oh, these
You
brain cells are
stop?
on fire.
Yeah,
Oh,
your
really?
ear guys, check his ears to see if there's smoke, and they might literally be on fire. And you stop and you look around. All you hear is the trees creaking. You see some flittering of butterflies that seem to glow with an unnatural light. But beyond that, right now you see nothing, as you have your natural 20 on athletics cleared a path and got your group way ahead of Hircine right now. So you got a moment to breathe and catch your breath and try and collect your thoughts.
Tiny just shouts for everyone like, "We're gonna stop here for a second, catch your breath." And he has his just axe in his hand and is just like looking around.
Taliesin, while they were running, but more so as they stopped, I gotta double check the cantrip real quick. Let me double. Where the hell is it? 5 feet, cube 30 feet. Okay, while they were running, he would cast minor illusion, to like make a noise of his voice shouting even louder, in the direction of the waterfall area. Not that it matters, but I wanted to do that. We were just going
Yeah, the
fast.
waterfall area is off in this direction, over here,
Okay.
behind the trees.
Yeah, so
The waterfall now sounds a little bit further off. You do see a fire, but you don't see who or what lit it.
Could I do a walk around the circle?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead. You guys are free to move about the map.
Okay, cool. Yeah. He's like full attack mode, just like waiting to see if something comes out as he's walking across.
Are you looking for anything unusual, or are you just walking and looking around for any
I'm-
signs of Hircine?
Not Hircine in particular. Anything that is any beast, like anything that could attack us, like a werewolf, a normal wolf, a bear, like, or something in the tree, like, I don't know, maybe a spider might attack us. They hunt also, but like anything that he would know is standard terrain predator in a forest, and he's just keeping an eye out both on land and in the air.
Okay. You look up to the sky. You don't see anything flying overhead. And the trees are pretty thick. You can very faintly see off in this direction. You could see how far away the river is, but you can't see enough of it to make out how big the river is or how fast flowing it is. You can just see like the rocks on a few peaks of rocks along the bank. But this place seems pretty peaceful for right now.
I'm gonna have Glarior investigate the water.
Okay. Roll investigation check for me.
As Tiny's like around, finally realizing that like Allura is trying to catch her breath, he just like looks down at her. He's like, "You okay?"
Caldron lives.
Yes.
Oh
Yeah,
my
no.
god.
I'll say it. It's fine.
It's fine, Caldron said it. The question was posed to Caldron. Everything's a-okay.
It's
It
definitely.
was actually Caldron the whole time.
It was definitely not, but here we are.
And Glarior kneels down, sticks his hand in the water, pulls it out, and the water slips off of his hand. He sees a branch bobbing further out, but it's kind of bobbing weird. It's not like flat on the water like it's resting. It's almost like it's partly pulled down on the forked side into the water.
That's weird.
Yeah, that is weird.
I think he'd like tug on Talzin's sleeve and then point it out. And then he'll further investigate the water himself.
That's odd.
Wee bit.
It looks like the branch is closer toward the other side, and it looks like on the other side you can almost wade in just close enough to reach the branch.
Interesting. So it's like half of the branch is in the actual water itself. and
Yeah,
just, like,
it's almost like it's tipped and pulled down into the water a little bit.
like it's buoying.
Mm-hmm. Like it's buoying.
How big is it?
No, like that. It's a decent-sized branch. It's about, I'd say, about 4 feet long, about as thick as your wrist.
4 feet long. That's not a. Jeez. That's.
Given
that's
how
a
big
lo-
the trees are in this place, that's a little branch.
Okay, yeah, that's fair. It's like, that's
You
a
look
long.
up, and these trees are like as tall as sequoias in the California area. They're really huge trees.
Tiny just kind of looks back. What you doing over there? Completely missing the whole part about the twig.
Talzin points it out. He looks around and sees the trees from was like, oh shit, is everything fucking bigger in Oblivion? Anyway, there's a branch in the water that's not sitting right. It's a bit odd.
Okay. I mean, you have that like floating hand thingy, right? Can you grab it with that?
I can certainly try, and he'll cast Mage Hand per Thurby's suggestion to go and grab the branch.
Okay. You send out Mage Hand, and it floats across the surface of the water and grabs the end of the branch that is sticking up. And you start pulling it towards you. And you can't tell this, but you can almost visually see it. It's almost like it's dragging a little bit. Like there's some weight to it. You can't tell if maybe it's at the limit of what the Mage Hand can handle, or if it's something else. Which becomes apparently clear when you pull it to the shore and you pull out a waterlogged, wide-eyed Breton man's body. Just staring straight ahead, water pouring out of his mouth.
Allura just runs over instinctively and just looks him over.
And the trap has been placed. Are you gonna run, or are you gonna stand and fight?
Who's saying that? Is that Hircine?
Hircine. You hear it from the trees where you came from.
Bollocks.
The trap.
This guy is dead, and he has a large wound in his chest from a stab wound. It
But
is
does
very big.
Does he still seem alive? Like,
No, he's dead. That
Oh,
dude's
long.
fucking dead. He is waterlogged. Water's coming out of his mouth. He's staring straight ahead, and he has an open, gaping wound that is not bleeding in his chest. But the body does look fairly fresh, so it's likely he's the one that started the fire and got caught by Hircine.
Tyne just looks to the group, is like, well, we can at least see what's coming if we stand here, and
if we want to stay here, I have a way to hide us for a bit of time. But it'll only buy us an hour.
You can head toward the river, or you can stay here. The rest of the trees are too thick to pass.
Tiny looks to Taliesin and Glarier. He's possibly one, right? One of the ones we might need.
Taliesin does not.
We have to earn his favor, you fool.
Who says that?
Glarier.
That's Glarier. I'm just not good at Glarier.
Well, he smiles at Glarier and he's like, and Tiny just smiled and then shouts back, if this is a trap, here's your prey. Come, watch the hunt be the hunted. Send your werewolves.
You hear
And
the
he just
voice
draws his
again,
axe.
this time from over here. Is that really what you want to do? Stay like a wounded, weak prey animal? I'll have you dead before you blink.
I'm really getting sick and tired of princes talking down to us.
Tiny just shouts, even a cornered animal will fight back.
And you hear the voice this time from down here. In vain. Even a wounded prey animal eventually die.
Wounded, preyed animals that you have a need for, Hircine. Why would you want to kill
Do
us?
I now?
Yes, you do. He stares straight up at the sky, not knowing where the fuck this bastard is.
You still hear the voice down from the bottom part over here.
Okay. He looks in that direction. Last time I checked, you can't even reach Nern. You can't talk to any of your followers on Tamriel, let alone any werewolves that you might have there, or other werebeasts. Isn't that right?
I want you to roll a persuasion check.
Epic.
This is not the one you have to roll to like get him to work with you. This is just to get him to halt the hunt to talk to him. 21?
Good job.
21?
Pretty damn good. You do get him to step out to the edge of the clearing, and you can see his glowing blue eyes and his silhouetted antlers in the shadows of underneath the trees. And what do you know about what is going on Tamriel?
Definitely not you.
The Taliesin
Tiny
smirks.
shouts, we're hunting a Daedric prince.
Taliesin
He's
puts
pretty tall too. He's about 10 feet tall, so you're not seeing him at eye level. His eyes are up higher than where you would expect.
I know, but Tiny's not smart enough, and he's hoping Taliesin will pick up the rest of that.
Taliesin will put a hand on Tiny's arm and then motion for him to like step back a bit. And he says, "Make me seem a bit bigger. Be my like bodyguard."
He then steps like behind you and does that like over the shoulder, just like looking intimidating.
It just makes you look smaller because you got this giant ass Nord right behind you.
He's doing what he's told.
Yeah. It's fine.
He does smirk at Hircine's question. It's like, you call us prophesized, and yet you don't know what our prophecy is. Come now, Lord of the Hunt, are you truly that foolish? We're the ones tasked with dealing with, I don't know, the one that you despise, that all the other princes should greatly despise, the one that cast aside your connection to begin with.
You have to understand the individual prince's desire. Mine is the thrill of the hunt. And for my children to thrive. What is happening on Nirn seems to be pleasing them greatly. And from what Manamarco is doing, he is enjoying the hunt of you. Why should I stop myself from feeding off the power of his hunt? Tell me, you
Tiny
came
steps
from Nirn recently. I can smell it on you. He steps further into the light, and he is imposing and tall, and you can see like his deer face, and he has those digigrade legs, and he is holding a pretty large spear next to him, which Illyria you would recognize is the Spear of the Hunt. Tell me, why should I assist you over feeding off of what he gives me?
He takes a deep breath. Comparatively, Lord Hircine, we are small game. Would we not benefit from your boon better than Manamarco ever could? For he is a prince. What better game, as my friend clearly stated, than hunting a wannabe Daedric prince?
You call him a wannabe Daedric prince, much like some of my other brethren. But make no mistake, Manamarco achieved Apophis, and he is a Daedric prince. He knows the fabric of the universe as we do.
And would that not make him greater sport?
Ooh. He is going to take pause for a moment.
You see, Lord Hircine, I understand that you enjoy the greatest of hunts of all time. Nothing can please you more. You also like to see the struggle, do you not? Do you like to see it when the smaller beings, the ones that are your children, that are gifted with your greatest gifts, do the impossible? Not to mention that one who constantly has to outwit his pursuers with might, magic, and just a keen sense. That, my dear prince, is the greatest sport of them all. Not just man, not mer, not beast, but a very god. And he smiles.
I do sense your words ring true, but there had been another prophesied that had given me a glorious hunt. One that rivals all blood moons of the past. And he did it while he was not sober. What if I wish to see what you offer me? How about this? Offer me a good hunt. 24 hours. And if you survive the night, just me hunting you, not my children, then I will listen to what you have to say. I'll even give you a head start.
Taliesin looks back to the group.
Tiny just looked at him and he's like, he really wants to hunt. I was thinking maybe we could fight one of his children as test of strength, but I don't know if that's gonna work.
Test of strength is a Malakath thing. Mine is for hunt and survival, Nord.
Would
He tilts his head and then lifts back his nose and sniffs the air. I see you already know some of my children.
he's like, what? Huh? I do.
Oh, yes, you work very closely with them.
Tiny thinks for a second. I don't know. I don't remember seeing werewolf or beast.
Oh, they like to hide it from the general public, but they too enjoy the hunt. That's why they run their little mercenary business.
What if Tiny kind of speaks out, Sir Lord of the Hunt, what if we went after one of your champions or one of your children here and hunted them? Would that count as the test?
No.
Okay.
My test for you is to survive against me much the same way the Nervarine did.
Now Tiny has this look of like, oh shit.
Oh shit.
He's like, Jesus, like, I guess Tiny looks at Tower and whispers, I guess if we gotta do it, we gotta do it.
He points at the dead, waterlogged body with his spear. Give you more of a head start than that, poor sod.
Is it normal for there to be other humans here?
Every once in a while, a spell is miscast and they end up in my realm.
Sounds familiar.
Just by chance, Soul, does the Breton look familiar?
Nope.
Okay.
Oh my goodness.
It's a complete disconnection from you guys.
That's good.
Okay.
I just, mage, gotta be a mage. It has to be. But I'm
Look,
glad we
he's
don't know.
not as sadistic as Manamarco, who, had Farron's half dead, half of a mom's body crawl at him. That was
Tiny
pretty
just-
fucked.
Tiny like reaches over and puts a hand on Lyra's shoulder and just gives her a smile and just says, "We're going to run. Anything you said you could help would be grateful." And then he looks at Taliesin and he's like, "Ready when you are."
Right, well, I suppose, being hunted by a Daedric prince when we're hunting a Daedric prince, quote-unquote, is the best thing we got. And he looks over to, because he was whispering this, he looks over to Hircine. We accept your challenge, Lord Hircine.
Then flee.
And just Tiny immediately starts taking off in the way we came.
Okay.
Follows.
Another athletics check.
No, he's giving you a pretty decent head start, I'd say about an hour before he starts hunting you. But he is not including his werewolves this time.
Great.
It's just him.
Great. Taking all the help we can get.
Mm-hmm.
Tiny's just gonna, I guess, run back the way we came, and then, I guess, try to take a different route, see what's towards the waterfall.
There is, towards the waterfall. Okay. You go back to where you entered, and then you turn back toward the waterfall. It is considered difficult terrain because the tree cover is so thick. You have to wade on the shore in order to get toward the waterfall.
When I get to the edge of the waterfall, can I look down and see if there's a deep waterfall or like deep space? Like, can we just jump off the waterfall and be fine, or does it look like there's rocks underneath it?
You're not quite at the waterfall yet. It's a little bit a ways away. I would say wading through that through that creek's water, it's about an hour away. So by the time you get close to the waterfall, he will begin his hunt.
Okay, well, Tiny just is running it in a different direction than we came from, and he's like, if anyone else sees something...
Yeah, let me look at something real quick. I'm gonna go off of Lyra's previous religion roll.
That was me that made the religion roll.
Oh, I mean, yeah, history. Well, yeah, religion. Okay, 17. You would also know that it's not necessarily about surviving the 24 hours. It's about giving him a good hunt. he wants a really good hunt. Because, like, you can sense in his voice when he spoke to you about Feldrin and his Blood Moon hunt, is that he kind of holds it a little bit of reverence, even though he lost his ability to hunt on Tamriel.
We don't really have to survive 24 hours, we just need to give him a good show. How in bloody oblivion we're gonna do that, that's beyond me, though.
Tiny thinks or answers out loud in response. Throw fake trap, or throw off the scent. Makes it look like we went different directions and then double back. I can run kind of fast, so can Farron. Set like fake pitfalls or something that like shows to slow him down. Like use the terrain against him. Very untiny answers are coming out of his mouth. It's just like these are all the ways
Very
that, like,
much more companion-like, those answers.
yeah, very much like Rambo in the forest. Like, okay, I ain't got nothing to do. I don't know what's coming after me, but this is what you would do.
Well,
And eventually... Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I could
Getting ahead of myself.
definitely try and attempt to summon something, though I'm not entirely sure if I can here.
I don't,
It's
I don't
definitely
think that
worth a
would
try.
count. I don't think that would count as a helping.
Yeah.
Unless like Tugroth was just making tracks of something, but then I'm pretty sure it would easily smell not like or it would easily smell like Daedra.
Well, yeah, the first thing we need to do is definitely mask our scent, so he looks around for some mud.
There is mud all around your feet in
Okay.
this creek.
Tiny goes full AVP, just starts covering himself up, and then
Yeah!
Yeah.
helping whoever doesn't need
Arnold
it. Just to be like,
Schwarzenegger and the Predator.
I
Hell
will
yeah!
on.
Tal
Weed.
would not have any problem with this being
Yeah.
military. Glarier is definitely not gonna have any problem with this.
Kill me.
He stinks already.
Wow.
Farron is like weirdly into it. Like he's actually
Um,
starting to think this is fun.
Why is my
I'm-
cat clawing at my foot? Oh god.
as we're doing this, can I look for like branches or like leaves or thicket or something like weeds, kind of that like would not dampen. I'm trying to think of like something that can stuff in between like Allura and Caldron's armor to kind of dampen the sound of like as it moves as they're running.
Yeah. You if you step in the mud, it will dampen the sound of your footsteps if you aim it just right between the water and the flat, dry dirt.
Yeah. So Tiny relays that information also. And I guess he's also throwing mud on people's backs to like help them cover up.
Oh, I'm sure Akatosh really appreciates his armor being covered in mud.
Akatosh
If
can
he's
cope, it's
complaining-
not about him.
He
Farron
can
is like
complain
already
later.
putting on the war paint.
That's going on the quote board.
He can complain about being dirty later.
Ayo.
I'm trying to think of what else. I think Talzin would also like break off a couple of branches nearby, with like heavy foliage on it, and like, who would you say is the brightest person in the party? Alira?
Yes.
It's between Alira and you, I believe.
Yeah.
Brightest like smart or
You
like
have an
light
intelligence of 17.
Oh, no. I mean like brightest as in like the
physically bright.
yeah, the physically brightest.
Well,
Oh,
what
okay.
color is
That's
Cauldron's
Caldron.
armor?
He's wearing the armor of Akatosh.
Oh,
Okay.
we're full mud. We're full
Okay.
covering Cauldron in mud.
Covering
like no
himself in
shining.
mud and
Like, this is a
Talzin.
golden armor with carvings and a gem in the center that kind of reminiscent of the Amulet of Kings. And, like, it's like, looks like it has a dragon wrapped around him. Yeah,
Well,
it's
don't-
definitely Caldron.
Don't care. Getting full mud bath.
Yeah, he's Talzin is gonna immediately like put extra layers of mud over the actual gem and then start sticking like the broken up pieces of leaf onto the surface of the plate of Akatosh to kind of cover it up, so he has like a makeshift ghillie suit.
Yeah.
Tiny will apologize to
I'm
Caldron.
just
and like,
trying to picture what Akatosh would say to that in his dude bro voice. It's like, bro, you're putting a drag on my groove, dude.
Dude, you like cramping my style, man. Not cool, dude. Not cool. Can't believe you're messing up my drip. That's crazy.
Tiny looks to Farron and is like, "You're normally really quick on your feet. Would it be possible for every so often for you to like run off and like make fake tracks and make back to us? I can run quickly as you, just not for a long time."
Yeah, I can do that.
So
Okay.
in order for you to do that, do the first set, I need you to roll an acrobatics check, because to make your way back, you're going to have to step in precise positions along your foot tracks, so he cannot see multiple sets of tracks. 14. For the most part, you manage to get, there's a couple where it's like toe steps backwards toward the group next to the track, and you just kind of cringe a little bit, but you're like, maybe he'll think it's a rock. I don't know.
Hircine is like, what are they fucking doing? Dancing?
Yeah, pretty much.
Talzin's gonna look to Thribby. You don't happen to have a shovel on you, or is your battle axe good enough to fit that?
Do I have a shovel?
Check your inventory.
I know I'm just like random loot that I have. Hold on, let me check.
Time to check the bag of holding. What do we have today?
I mean, I have a whole bunch of alcohol.
Ah, yes, booze. Do exactly what Feldrin did. Get really drunk and do the Blood Moon hunt.
I mean, if he wants a challenge, I mean, we can all get drunk. We can use the alcohol to set
Man,
things on fire.
Man,
Great,
skimming off Ukai's stash.
Talzin hears that and immediately goes into the bag of holding to take out the Argonian Hellstorm Pog Max.
Oh, the thick stuff. That's
And
just
he
kind of
is,
sucks.
He's immediately going to look to Thribby and smile widely as he like points to a specific part of the trail that they're trying to cover. It's like, should I pull it out and make it light fire on it when he tries to find us?
I mean, you can, but how far can you light something on fire for? Because otherwise, you're just lighting a trail for him to follow.
I can hit it.
It's a defense, not a. That's all we got, because
Well,
I feel like we need to hold out somewhere, because we're not going to survive if we just randomly go in a bunch of different fucking directions. Come on.
I mean, we can throw bottles at him. That might be easier than trying to jug the Argonian 40 pounds of ale or whatever it was. 40. I don't remember how much.
It's a lot, which means it could act as a an explosive, Thribby.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Now you're thinking.
Alira, what was the magic you mentioned that you said might help us?
I don't know if it would be in the spirit of his hunt, but it would transport us to an interdimensional pocket for a period of time.
How long do you need to do that?
Alira,
Just a moment.
you are smart enough to know that while it generally does tend to work on Tamriel, you don't know how it would interact on a different plane of oblivion when the creator of that plane of oblivion is looking for you.
That's how.
Meaning
it works
he
on
might be able
Tamriel.
to eject you from it and make sure no pocket dimensions could be made in his realm.
I had a silly question after that.
I have a silly question too, but I'll let you go first.
Yeah, let's line up the silly questions in order of mentioned. What's your silly question, Thribby?
Have we seen any other livestock? like deer, rabbits, birds, anything that's not predator or or is the forest dead silent?
No, you've seen a couple birds. You did see a deer run away. There are wildlife here in his realm.
Okay, so then Tiny would say if we also want to kind of further mask our scent, we could kill game in different directions, and then just the smell of blood would have him run off in a different direction, and then we just like turn away from it. That way, if we start bleeding, gives him a different scent to follow, or we cover ourselves in animal blood to further cover our scent.
That's a good option, I suppose. I like the hunting aspect, though. He might be familiar with that, though. That's the only problem.
We only got so many things we can do.
Yeah. The other thing is you don't know if he'd be able to lock onto you from you hunting something in his realm, because hunting is his whole shtick. So there's that. He could be able to lock on. It's like, oh, somebody's hunting in my realm. I'm gonna go check it out.
So
If that's the case,
Probably werewolves.
he looks at Taliesin. How quickly can you make a snare?
depends on the size of the snare.
Well, theoretically, we could just leave snares in random places, and then if a rabbit or something gets into it, he then goes off in that direction, rather than where we are. Like, leave the trap and then run.
Suppose I could do that within the area that we're currently in, sure. How long would that approximately take since I got keen mind?
Probably about 15 minutes, and you got about 30 minutes before he blows the horn.
If you
Okay.
teach me, I can help with that.
I have rope, and he just pulls out like his 50 feet of rope, and we can just start cutting and setting these in different places.
Yes, I have an idea. Quick question, Soul.
Mhm.
Out of all the... This is gonna sound really weird. Out of all the potential, like, flammable liquids aside from alcohol, what would you say in Elder Scrolls is probably the most combustible liquid to exist?
Probably the oil that you would find in Nordic ruins that are just annoying little fucking traps.
Okay, so like old Nordic oil.
Yeah.
Okay,
Man, those dragon priests knew how to make their oil. Whew!
okay, so
Wouldn't
Talzin's
Tiny know how to
gonna...
make that?
I was gonna get to that actually.
Oh.
Talzin's gonna look to Thribby. It's like, alright, start dividing the ropes up evenly and make sure that we have enough for about maybe 3 or 4 snares. And then he's gonna reach into the bag of holding and take out the alchemy jug, tap it, and say, old Nordic oil.
Okay.
Heck
Let me take
yeah.
a look at the alchemy jug real quick and see if that can be done and in what amount.
It says oil is in 1 quart.
Oil in 1 quart.
Tiny cuts the rope into quarters.
Okay. I'll allow it.
Okay. He sets the...
What do you have to pour it into?
It's just in the jug. Doesn't need to be
Okay.
poured into anything.
You
So-
open it. That's some nasty smelling oil. What is it made out of? Probably porker oil.
And Talzin smiles. Excellent. This is what I wanted. Alright. And he's going to take the rope that Thribby gets him and start dipping it in the alchemy jug.
Okay.
So what this will do is a double-edged sword, essentially. If the animal gets trapped, or if Hircine gets trapped, this will be what we will be able to light him up with. And knowing that we've encountered several of these bloody things in the ruins, we've had to deal with the bandits. I know it's quite potent. Would you agree, Thribby?
Yep.
Right. So, this way we have another defensive maneuver. And he starts he hands 2 to Thribby, he hands 1 to Allura, and then he takes 1 himself and starts to make a snare from the divided up pieces of rope. Total of 4.
Okay.
Lyra's just trying to copy Taliesin.
Should be easy for you
Mhm.
because you're a pretty wise and smart person. So
Would I have to roll a survival check to copy?
for you, yeah.
Okay.
Like,
Would
I don't know. Would you have done this before?
I mean,
I feel
Animal snares?
I don't know about hunting animal snares. I mean, I'm proficient in survival, so I mean, if a companion's quest ever took too long, it would hunting in one way, shape, or form. I mean, I don't know if it'd just be throwing javelins, or like killing a tiger and eating their meat.
Could I make the argument that Talzin is giving aid to Thribby since he's directing them?
Sure.
Excellent. Cool. He would easily explain how to do it and show that it's a very simple knot that needs to be made in order to keep the snare tight and trap, and then shows like the actual end point where the weight makes the snare go up and traps the actual animal.
21.
21. Yeah, you're able to do it quite easily.
Easy as pie.
He looks so there. I would like pie when this is done. I don't know about you.
Me too.
Now he
Certainly
tells it
eat
just
my
made me
pies.
Oh,
hungry.
go back to the ladies' cakery in Wayrest. Oh,
Gosh, if it's not like on fire or whatever now.
yeah. Look,
I
one
think
thing's for sure is Manamarco has an appreciation for fine food, so I doubt it's burning.
Wish that was reflected in his ugly ass realm.
Oh.
He's an Aldmer, of course he likes fine food.
So Talzin's then gonna look towards Glarior, since I'm playing him. It's like, do you know of good places where we can put these, seeing that you're technically still Nature Boy?
Yes, fine. He just takes one and goes off into the forest.
Okay. Survival check.
Yeah, survival check.
Cool. That was almost a 19. Fuck you, game.
It takes him a few minutes longer than you expect it, to the point where you're starting to get a little bit nervous because it's starting to get close to the time he's going to blow the horn and start hunting you.
While he is doing that, I want Talzin to take the axe that he has in his inventory and start digging a hole. Just
Okay.
Roughly like, I say maybe 5 by 5 feet. Just like your small trap.
Okay.
I think seeing you do that, Lyra would walk over and hand you one of her cake tins.
It's going to be a dirty cake.
A bit
Next
shy.
time you
A
make
bit
cake.
like she holds onto it a little too long when she hands it over.
It's like, oh, okay. You need to give it to me. Come on.
Tiny pulls out his great axe and is like, I've never dug with an axe before. I just like starts using it to like soften the dirt, I guess.
Yeah, so seeing that what Talzin is doing, he's using the flat end of the axe to like shovel dirt out as it's like forward to make the hole. And then what he's going to do after that, after it's roughly 5 feet, is he's going to move the alchemy jug over and put the rest of the oil in it as he gets out of it. Just dump that shit. So oil pit.
Oil pit.
Sure hope we get to use these babies.
Do that, you create an oil pit, and by the time you finish dumping the rest of the oil, Glarior comes back. Done.
Okay.
I can't do Glarior's voice. I don't know how the fuck he does it.
He's got a deep voice.
Done.
Done.
He also can do that weird
I'm
grappling
gone.
thing that like Alex Brightman can do.
Yeah,
I'm gone.
it's not that hard.
The Beetlejuice voice.
It's a little hard for me. Oh god, that fucking.
See, I don't make enough characters with silly voices. I should do that more.
He's gonna put the alchemy jug back in the bag of holding, just so the smell doesn't come out. But with that, like a few minutes left, what he assumes, he's gonna take like the rest of those like broken branches that he used to cover Kaladin's armor and just throw them on top of the oil pit, just for like a
Okay.
mask. All right, that should be good. Anything else, Ruby? Are we good to go?
I mean, we every so often, if we can just find something to like throw scent off or like change our scent in one way. I don't know, changing it from like mud to alcohol to like, and he pulls out like these juice bottles that he had that I forgot who he got them for. Is like anything we can use to like trick his scent, but I mean I don't know how often it would work. I don't know if Gaz was here, he had that magic that like hit us in the shadow. I don't know if anyone else can do that.
Can anybody else do that in the party?
Do what?
Can anyone
without a
do
trace?
pass without a trace? That is a good question.
God, I wish.
I mean,
Because
if
you might
not,
be doing some sneaky rolls here in a sec.
I mean, I bet our best bet is to just take off running, and once the horn comes, then try to stealth through and around different places, and maybe set up traps whenever we see a good spot.
Well, I mean, I suppose that I don't want to do it, but if I must, I can be as sort of bait as I can use invisibility, though I'm not really sure how useful that'll be against the Bloody Prince if he's playing fair, which he probably won't.
Bear
If
would even
you're-
still be using like a sense of smell. Werewolves have great sense of smell, so that's why masking it rather than just erasing it would have to be something we would have to do.
This goes to everyone, but if you're within 100 or 200 feet or some, and you're separated, I can bring you back to the party, but maybe we'll need some sort of signal.
That's a good point.
I mean, I can just bound off and cause a distraction. I mean, I can travel these woods. I mean, only Glario could probably outpace me here.
Yes.
Yes. We're making fun of Nox right now.
I am
But
never making fun,
don't-
I'm only enhancing.
We don't have all
gun.
data plan.
I feel
If
like
we're gonna
his
move-
voice is slowly becoming more like Batman each time we say something.
Updated my journal.
I am Glarior.
I'm going to smack
At
you,
least
babe.
walk and talk at this point.
Yes.
We need
Yes, you're walking and talking at this point.
We need to move.
I think as while they're like walking and talking, Talzin's like every gonna few feet just like make a fucking circle in the mud, just to like throw off any possible
Donut.
footprints, and like try to skew it so fucking bad that it looks like a child drawing in the mud. You want me to roll anything for that?
Nah, that's a give to you. I mean, that's easy to do to just like do some extra footprints in the mud, make it all confusing, or like draw shit in the mud, you know?
I have a question. I have some rations. As we're running, can I just use strength to just chuck them in random directions, like away from us, and hope that like other nearby animals go after them to further create like sound or distraction?
You could, but keep in mind there is nowhere to replenish your rations on Oblivion,
That's fine.
so you will be without food.
I'll do it like 3 times then. I have 10
Yeah.
on me.
Okay.
So I'll do it like 3 times as we're just middle of sprinting. I'll find like a clearing and I'll just chuck like dried meat in one direction and hope like another animal just draws attention, makes noise, and then it's something that just splits its focus for a bit.
Sorry, my cat is pulling out wires and shit. I need to make him stop. You stop that. No, don't you purr at me, you little shit. There, problem fixed. He's
I
just
guess
being a little snot.
Tiny would
Orange
also
gas.
mention to Taliesin, like as many times as if we can cross a stream might help to then further throw off tracks or scent, or even just walking through water at some points was
Okay.
something we should keep an eye out for.
You do that, you can walk through one of the creeks. Because you do hear a heavy waterfall in the distance, about 30 to 40 minutes away.
Yep, just
And at this time, you do hear the horn sound.
Okay.
The hunt is on.
Taliesin quickly mentions to Thurby, it's a good thing too, because the minor illusion that I can do with sound, it would travel greater across water. So, Being near water would be good.
Okay, yeah, just Tiny's just gonna take off, leading the. Like, are we going quick or are we going stealth? One or the other.
I would say we should probably go stealth.
Okay.
Okay. Everybody roll stealth.
I mean, at that point,
Feel like a 1 for me.
I think he would recommend Farron. Yep. Not.
Hell
Switch
yeah.
gears. Be like, Farron, can you like veer off and come back, and then like I don't know, do the like making fake trails.
Easy.
Wow.
Ooh.
Fucking hell! Oh,
Oh, boy.
No!
Don't you?
Farron is just like,
I don't think
amateurs.
your average is gonna be very good, guys. Oh!
Oh no.
Oh God!
we are not
Um,
a stealthy group.
I
Looks at his perception. Oh.
Probably passive of 20.
I
Oh.
think Alira, she's been digging through her bag and she pulls out just like a big bundle of the spices that Tiny has accumulated over the time, and it's like, you mentioned that they have a strong sense of smell. You don't suppose we can overload it somehow?
I mean, anything like we can cover ourselves with alcohol or the spice, just anything that would smell different. I mean, if you have anything earthy, I don't know, smells like a forest, we could try to blend in with that.
It might be wiser if we encounter Hircine that you throw your spices in his face, Alira.
That could work.
And it
I
would
think
be
she'll, like-
bloody funny.
She'll keep it tied to her belt. Just
I mean,
Oh,
hell, that
fucking
was
hell.
a
Oh my
fucking 2.
Even with a 2 plus 23, yup.
Well then.
I'm gone.
Oh God.
We're not stealthy. Goddamn.
Nope.
Speak for yourself, motherfuckers.
Okay, yes.
For
Feltrin
real.
would be proud, probably, of you. Just only you.
Yes, of you.
Of you in particular. Everybody else he just stares at, uncorks a bottle of skooma and downs it.
You know what? I would too.
Clinking the glass of Volcaius.
My cat is really hyper tonight, guys. You have no idea.
When are they
You
not?
okay, buddy?
Anytime we have a D&D session, your cat's always
Orange.
Yeah, I know. It's
Orange.
every single
Orange.
time. Okay, you guys do hear like the sound of movement in the trees off to your right, kind of pushing you toward the river. You gonna go toward the river, in the direction of the sound of the waterfall. And I would pick up pace because he's coming quick.
Yeah, sure.
Okay? You got all of you knowing that he's on your tail because a bunch of you, Caldrin in particular, who's clank, rub, clank, because like the mud is not really stopping the sound. It just reduces the shine. It's not working the way you intended, and you guys dart off toward the river. I need athletics or acrobatics checks from everyone.
It's any consolation. I'm doing great.
Yeah,
I'm so proud of
if it's
you.
any consolation.
Now you give me a
Kitty,
19, you fuck.
Booyah.
Lovely, lovely. I'm gonna roll for Tiny because he's AFK. Athletics.
Now he's back.
Oh. Well, then I'll erase mine and you roll it.
Athletics, okay. Oh, jeez.
Hermes, you can't get into the tent from underneath it, you dumbass. Okay. Caldrin this time takes the lead, just taking note from what Tiny did last time, charging through the trees toward the river. And I'm gonna say, Caldrin dives into the river. And I'm gonna pull you to scene.
You know, that actually makes sense, because he can breathe underwater.
For up to his minutes in Constitution. I had to nerf Malmer a little bit.
Ah, yes. So no more gills. That's unfortunate.
No, they have gills. It's just every once in a while they gotta stick their head above water. Come on. Wait, did I give... I think I may have changed them in the Magicka engine book to unlimited breathing.
Would we still be in view of our traps that we set up?
Oh, shit. Yeah, you would be in view of your traps as you hit the edge of the water.
Okay.
Can I throw a firebolt at one in a different direction?
Mm-hmm. As you see Caldrin, he dove into the water and he's currently underneath the water at the moment.
Are we crossing or trying to hide underwater?
He's trying to hide underwater. Crossing this water is moving pretty fast. It's going to be a difficult cross.
He's just gonna sink like a stone if he's got heavy armor on.
Tiny would get to like waist high and then proceed to try to help anyone get across who needs it.
Okay. You guys are
He's
going
like,
to
"Come
try
on."
and cross the river?
Yeah, Tiny's just gonna like shuttle/throw people to like help them get across as much. I don't know how deep this is, but I want to be like waist high.
It gets pretty deep, seeing as Caldrin's completely underwater.
I mean, you can also lie flat in like a foot of water.
Yeah, you could. But he's not lying flat.
Okay. But yes, I mean that's Tiny's gonna try to help people cross.
So.
Oh no, they can breathe underwater indefinitely, so yeah, he's underwater indefinitely.
Okay. So with that in mind, how like succumbing, I guess, are the shadows in this area?
They're fair. They're better. It's faring better than on Tamriel.
Okay. Are there any particularly dark spots within or nearby the area?
Yes. The tree right behind you has a good amount of shading.
Okay. So, Taliesin is going to shake his head at Thribby as he dips his hands into the mud to recover himself and goes to hide in the darkness of the tree. Hopefully having a Nocturnal help him out a bit.
Nocturnal, you can feel her embrace as you meld into the shadows of the tree. What is everybody else doing? Aaron? Alira? Tiny? What is Glario doing?
That's a good
Tiny's
question.
trying to just help whoever gets across the stream if they're trying to.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like if Lara saw Tiny doing that, she would take the help.
I want to have Glarior make some kind of check to see if he would be like wise enough to know what would be the best method in hiding from someone who's hunting you. And
He turned into
survival or nature?
Survival or nature. He can, but I believe Nox has very specific parameters of that, so I'm not going to do that.
26.
Yet.
So, you guys are currently standing near like a little bit of a cliff right here.
Mm-hmm.
I'd say he sees that and he goes down onto this rocky crevice and pushes himself up against the rocks.
Okay.
So he's currently mostly hidden.
Using like his like natural clothing to blend in.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
What is Farron doing?
See, I was also considering like hiding.
Okay. Roll a stealth check for me.
Did we hear him right on us? Is that why the map
He's
changed?
about 40 feet off.
Oh, okay. Wait. That's very close.
Thank God.
He's closing in.
Yeah, I feel like, I don't think she would think they had the time to cross then.
Yeah,
So
no.
it would be hide.
Is there like a kind of where we are found
You
like
can
a
head
shelf?
down toward the branch for crossing if you so want to cross. There is a branch down here to cross.
This log.
Mm-hmm.
How heavy do you think it looks?
Fairly heavy. It's
Like,
pretty decent sized log for
Could
a
I
bush.
lift it?
Yeah.
Okay, I would point to Alira to hide over here, and I'm gonna try to cover her with the log as just like driftwood.
Okay.
I mean, I feel like with the adrenaline, I would rage to be like, come on, you can do this.
Okay. You
Uh,
do that, and you cover her with the log down there.
Okay, and then Tiny's just gonna kind of swim across, and he's gonna try to
Strength
like.
check.
Okay.
Because those are some strong currents.
Can I do athletics?
Nope, strength.
Strength check.
17?
17.
You get pulled down to about here by the time you cross. And
Cool.
you do manage to cross though. So,
I'm trying to just like find something that like a shelf or something that I could hide behind up against the wall, like
yeah,
that one. I don't know.
yeah. You could bring yourself back up to here and hide behind those rocks. And as you manage that, and Caldron's he's just going to swim behind this branch over here and hide. You see coming from behind the tree that Talison's at, he looks around, holding his spear. Where are you? He seems to be enjoying this hunt a lot. And he's going to roll a perception check with this skill. Specifically, only in his realm he gets advantage. 34.
Jesus Christ, does he really need it?
Yeah. I'm gonna go in order here. Alir is hidden underneath, so I'm gonna give you a +10 advantage to your stealth roll. Did Glarier roll stealth? No, he
You did
rolled
not have me
survival,
roll for
okay.
him yet. Yeah, survival.
Yeah. No, survival, I'm counting the survival. But I do need a stealth check at advantage from Tiny and from Taliesin. As well as the +10 from Alira.
Okay.
21?
Are we just rolling stealth, or are we doing advantage with the +10? Just clarifying.
No, she gets the +10 because she's shoved underneath a log, not quite hidden away.
Okay.
You get the advantage because you're in the shadows. He gets the advantage because he's downriver behind some rocks.
Well, that's not gonna help me at all.
And he looks right to the tree, tilts his head.
See that? Can I cast a minor illusion in a different direction?
You could
Of,
aim
like-
for up here on this cliff.
Yeah. Of, like, Galeria's voice going, "Careful. This way."
He turns his head and looks to that. He approaches the tree. Nocturnal, you sneaky bitch. And he reaches into the shadows and pulls you out.
What is he grabbing me by?
The neck.
Of course. Fucking asshole. Why does every Daedric prince grab me by the neck? Fucking Christ.
Is your neck just that grabbable?
I fucking
Heyo.
guess.
It's grabbable and submissive.
It is not submissive. Fuck you.
Damn.
Seeing that immediately, after getting grabbed by the neck, just, he immediately tries to
Oh,
Eldritch
please,
Blast him
I'm
in
not
the face.
choking you. Okay.
He's still
Roll.
trying to Eldritch Blast him in the face.
No extras, just roll straight.
That's fine. It's 2 to the face. Because Eldritch Blast
2
does
to the
2
face?
beams. Jesus Christ.
He bats him away with his spear of the hunt. You at least have some struggle in you.
The second he says something, Talzin bites his hand.
Okay, roll damage for bites. I guess it's like a 1, I think. A flat 1.
I fucking guess. He just has
Yeah. -1. Boop. He's barely injured.
I still
And
did
he just
damage
drops
to him.
you?
I'm thinking of
You're
doing
a
something
feisty one.
not advisable.
Your desire to struggle.
But I feel like it's what my character would have done.
And next, he does look to the cliff where Thribia's at. Interesting. You're all here.
Can I take a pot
Oh.
shot at him first opportunity?
Yeah, sure. Take a pot shot at him.
Alright. 1 + 1.
And I want you to roll an insight check, Talson, now that you're right in his face.
Oh, okay. Insight.
I'm gonna pull you down.
Oh.
What?
Yeah, also you miss Farron.
Bye-bye.
I will be, let's put it this way, at level 9, I will be very surprised if you hit him.
Unhand him,
Okay.
you horned freak.
I'm gonna pull Shade down.
Okay.
You're watching him as he's looking around, and Farron shoots at him. He knocks away the arrow, and you can see in his eyes, he's testing you. He's seeing what you're capable of. He wants to see what you can do.
Okay. That makes sense.
This entire thing, him hunting you, using his blood moon in order to have a bit of a hunt, it's fun for him, of course. There's fun for him, but the fact he wouldn't allow his children to be involved seemed a little suspicious. It's almost the same thing that he did for Feldrin. He involved his children in the beginning, and then it was just him. He's testing you. He wants to see what you are capable of, and if you're capable of handling your prophecy. And if he believes that you're not capable of handling it, he will kill you and hope for something better.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay. We're back.
Hello. Okay. I want to do something else, but I want other people to go first.
Yeah, I feel like if Valera hears Farron say that and sees the pot shot and like sees Taliesin there, she would vortex warp him out of Hircine's grasp. If
He's not in Hircine's grasp anymore. Bit his hand. He's on the ground.
Oh, okay.
But Taliesin, you look out from underneath the log. He's staying his hand now?
You mean Alira?
Yeah. Taliesin's staying his hand. Alira's looking out from underneath the log.
Yeah, I think she would ready to get him out of there. Like, the second it does something that seems like he's gonna hurt him.
Yeah, he hasn't made any moves to hurt Taliesin or stab him.
Did he call out Tiny?
You heard Farron say, "Unhand him, you horned freak." And he is going to leave Taliesin on the ground, walk to the edge, bend down, and pull Farron out from the back of his neck up from that low cliff and hold him up. Who's the freak? Say it again. And he holds you over the raging water. He doesn't like being insulted.
Let him go, Hircine.
Yeah. And what do I get in exchange for letting him go on land?
Taliesin, he... Fuck, I think Daedric Princes have true sight.
Yeah. I've previously stated all gods have true sight.
He... I've got to look something up. Hold on. He takes out fucking goddamn. Do I have anything worth shit and or fuck?
I don't know. Do you have shit and or fuck in your fucking bag?
That's a good question. Taliesin, where are the traps? Where are the traps we set?
You have a trap down in this direction. You have a couple traps up in this direction. And you now see that he is standing right over the oil trap that you set. The oil pit. He's like, foot isn't in it, but he's standing over it to where it's like, could go up underneath the loincloth.
What do I get in return? I gotta come up with a witty remark. Hold on. It's like gotta take 5 minutes.
Oh, God.
I guess while that's happening, Tiny, you want me to jump over?
Am I able to notice the trap as well?
You are being held by the back of your shirt over the water.
Tiny went like full swimming to the other side, gets up and shouts, "You can hit me! Just drop him!" And he would just go into a rage, bracing for like the hit that's about to come his way.
You want me to drop him? He lets go.
Can I vortex warp Farron?
You are in the water. And you are floating downriver toward the waterfall.
Can I vortex warp Farron onto land, please?
Yes, you can. You can vortex warp Farron onto land.
Seeing that he
can
dropped
go here
Farron.
if you so desire.
Hot sec.
She don't care, man. She's gonna do it. She's.
I had to transfer his completed sheet from the Magica Engine server. So like some weird stinky bullshit happened with his sheet. And so I have to try and find a spell. Because he does know magic, all princes do. He's gonna counterspell it.
Oh, Talison's gonna counterspell.
It's just like, you vortex warp. Go ahead and throw that up.
Yep.
In chat. What is going on? Why is that not... Oh, there it is. For some reason it put itself under innate spellcasting. Interesting. Okay, he is going to throw up a counterspell.
Counterspell, the counterspell, the counterspell.
Counterspell.
Into the counterspell.
And he just looks at you. And you can see him smirk a little bit. You might be worth something.
I'm worth
As
a lot
Farron,
more.
you're dropped completely wet on land.
Taliesin, as he's like doing the counterspell, because he doesn't have his weapon out, he's going to pull out a torch and light it, because I do have that.
Okay.
A lot more worth than you realize, and he's going to throw the torch underneath Hircine.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the Alchemist's Fire stuff for this.
Okay.
Because it's reacting nearly the same way as Alchemist's Fire. Flask. Oh, fuck it. We'll do a keg of Alchemist's Fire because you did pour enough in there.
Woohoo! Bombs on the ready?
You're basically pulling a Baldur's Gate 3 right now.
Barrelmancy!
Barrels!
Barrelmancy everywhere! Okay. And he takes 19 fire damage. As he steps back off of it and puts out the fire on him with a flick of his hand.
While he's distracted, can I charge him and try to just tackle him to the ground?
Sure. You have to get up the side of the bank, though.
Okay, cool. Of course I will do this raging.
So you got transported there.
Would this be athletics?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Advantage. Come on, Tiny. Punch a god. 27.
Punch a god! And he will roll athletics to counter you.
That's fine. I expect it. Oh!
Quick,
He
They-
catches you and pushes back a little bit, but holds his ground.
They hug.
Oh,
Tiny is trying to... He's like, I did it once, I can do it again. And he's just pushing him, trying to like...
how
I
about
don't know.
this? By now, Caldron will have climbed back up on shore, since everybody else was caught. Show me what you're made of. Everybody roll initiative.
Hell yeah, dude.
Da-da-da-da-da-da.
You are going to fight a Daedric prince.
Hell yeah, I hope I die.
2 7s, wow.
That's the same feeling Vaveron had in Sunday game when she nearly got disintegrated 3 times and Finger of Death once. By Mana
Here's a
Marco.
death.
It was great. Spoiler. Yeah, don't worry. That's a long ways off. You're eventually gonna forget.
The internet never forgets.
Yeah, that is true. The internet doesn't forget. Hey, internet, you were dreaming. Okay. Glarier is up first.
Okay. So, seeing that he is still pretty well hidden, man, does he have anything? I think what he's going to do is, he's gonna try. How high up are the like ledge where he's at?
It's about 5 feet above you.
Okay, so he'll climb up on the ledge and try to remain as stealthy as he can, seeing that he's not focused.
Okay.
And I think what he's going to do is something a little weird. Yeah, fuck it, why not? He's going to try to basically sneak up behind Hircine and stab him with the Lunar Forge dagger.
Okay.
Do I get advantage because am I flanking with Herbie? Or will there be one more?
Yeah, one more over.
Okay. Jesus Christ, Glarior.
That does not hit.
Yeah, I figured. Alright, seeing that didn't work, does he even actually have anything else he can do? No. Shillelagh on his staff then.
Okay.
And that'll be his turn.
Ah! Not Hircine's turn yet. Alira, you're up.
Yep.
He just challenged you to a fight.
She
Oh,
hears that,
God.
she's just like, oh my gosh.
This is a Daedric
And
Prince, oh
this is a
fuck!
prince. Mental swear words inside.
Fuck, 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 fuck.
And she's going to get up a 4th level blast to hit everyone.
Okay.
1, 2, 3. Yeah, 4th. And then, like, she popped Farron over here, so she's gonna slowly make her way.
So, who are you hitting?
Everyone,
Everyone. Okay.
just get some cover.
I am hitting everyone. Are you hitting yourself as well?
Yes.
Okay. It is Hircine's turn. He is going to take the Spear of the Hunter, and he is going to make 3 attacks on Tiny.
Oh.
You notice the extra level on there?
No, definitely not.
I'm gonna Spirit Shield one of them.
Uh, 24, 21, and a 19.
Rolled
Okay,
so
hold
low,
on.
though. What the fuck?
What?
Can
He
I
rolled a 2
barbs
on that 19.
The first one, please.
You want to Barb's the first one?
He's a prince. She's stressing. Sure.
Okay.
My AC is only 16.
Okay. Second one's a 27. Who you giving advantage to?
Probably to. Well, actually, she'll give it to Farron.
So he lifts his spear and he whack, stab, and then hits you with the butt of it in the chin to try and knock you to the ground.
Are these all Daedric, or is this bludgeoning, piercing? Like, what damage is this?
Piercing.
Oh, awesome! Yes, okay. So I'm just gonna half everything.
It only becomes non-magical. It only becomes magical when he hits the chosen, triggers the chosen level, which is Blooded Mark. When a target is hit with a critical while Hunter's Call is active on them, the target takes an extra damage die from the spear and now bleeds 1d6 slashing magical damage every round until lesser restoration is cast on them or 1 minute ends.
Okay.
You were saying, Shade, about them not being good. And he is going to point his spear at you. You're my mark. You have the Hunter's Call on you, Tiny.
Cool. Just trying to make sure I do damage right. So, because it's 20, it would be half to 10, but because the Spirit Shield blocks 10 points, I don't actually take the first hit, right? Damage-wise.
The first hit was 20 damage.
Right, but then because I'm raging, it would be half, and then Spirit Shield
Yeah.
absorbed 10 points. Okay.
Yeah, you're
Okay.
right. You're right. So the 18 and 21 you do take.
Okay, so 18 minus 2 is 9, and then 21 lower or upper, floor or ceiling?
What do you mean?
21 half, is that 10 points of bludgeoning damage?
Oh, it's rounded down.
Okay, yeah, so another 10. Thank you.
Also, just to clarify, I wasn't saying they were bad. I was saying that the rolls were low, but he still hit the shit out of 3.
The only way you can miss is a 1.
Yeah, for real. Oh man, that's what I was saying.
It's a Daedric Prince and you're level 9!
I'm crying.
We are like champions of a city against gods. We are not strong enough.
Not yet. Illyria, you just watched him get wailed. Tiny get wailed on. Baron, you're up. Can anybody hear Siren talking? I can't hear her talking.
Oh, sorry about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I use my cunning action dash to stride up to Dear Boy. I don't need to be flanking because I already got advantage from Silvery Barbs. And I'm gonna take
Okay.
a swipe. Wait,
Do you want to use it because you do have flanking? That already gives you advantage.
Yeah, you
I'm
can use
flanking?
your... Yes. You're flanking with Glarior.
Alright, then I'll hold on to it for now. And swipe with my Moonlit Blade. See, I'm gonna remember 24 this time.
So you're hitting him with the Daedric artifact?
Yes.
Okay. Does not hit.
I didn't think it would.
Mm-hmm.
And that will be my turn.
One of you should be able to hit him with a nat 20.
Thanks.
That's an auto.
Oh. Thank you for making my choice so much easier on my turn.
I'm right here. Kill me. Do
Is
it
that
now.
Farron's turn?
Yeah, that was my turn.
Caldron's up.
I'll be right back.
Yep. Cauldron's gonna move. 30. And then cast a witch bolt.
Okay.
So here's the attack.
$24 does not hit.
Darn. Okay, well, that's Cauldron's turn.
Come now, show me what you can do. He is going to use a legendary action.
Oh, fuck.
Show me you are worthy. Let's see. What is he gonna do?
I don't know. What is he just gonna taunt us? Because that would just be great.
Legendary action taunt. Make us
Yeah.
No,
feel
he's
bad.
gonna steal wind strike.
Oh.
Oh no.
He's gonna. Let's see. 5 people.
I can't wait
So.
to fucking die.
He's gonna do the 5 nearest.
Someone
Starting
got
from
critted.
Glarior to Tiny to Farron to Taliesin to Caldron.
Well, Farron's down for sure.
That could be.
You got critted.
Hell yeah! Finally.
For Steel Wind
Well,
Strike,
you
by
did
the way.
post that GIF. You summoned it. Yeah.
That was my plan all along.
That is Glarior's.
Put this soggy wet twink out of his misery.
Let
27.
me pop this out because I'm sick of scrolling up.
Oh, 38.
That one is Tiny. This one is Farron.
Jesus Christ.
Ugh.
This one is Taliesin. And this one is Caldron.
Yeah, that is my entire HP.
You watch as he vanishes into the wind, and you feel the wind itself cutting you, and he lands behind Farron as with his spear through Farron's stomach.
Nothing personnel, kid.
Nothing personal, kid.
Ugh.
Is that all you got? You have a long way to go if you hope to defeat Manamarco and send him back to his realm. He's gonna
Then
end
help
that.
us! I feel like she would exclaim.
Okay.
this.
Yeah. And as Farron drops, he flicks a hand and heals Farron to 10 hit points.
Oh, is it over? The combat sheet disappeared.
Yep, it's over.
Oh,
Oh.
Farron, you're back up on 10 hit points, but on the ground.
Damn.
Tiny.
He did pull his spear out of your stomach, so.
Tiny replies to his comment. Even a pack of wolves can hunt a mammoth, but it needs time for the wolves to grow.
You have definitely been around the companions.
He kind of does a smirk, a smile. I don't know. He's happy that he recognizes the 2 and 2, but I don't know if that's a good thing.
Yeah, I don't think Tiny gets the connection yet.
Not yet. Nope.
Tell me, do you hope to be part of the companions' inner circle?
I am a companion. Yes.
Do you want to be a part of their inner circle?
He thinks, he's like, I've never thought about it. I've just always helped and worked with them.
Is to be a part of their inner circle, you have to accept my gift. He just blatantly said they're werewolves right there.
Hold, what, 1 second, please.
Yeah.
Oops, sorry, that's wrong button.
Wrong button.
I don't think Tiny gets
Womp. No, he does not get it. He's just
Yeah,
like, nothing behind those eyes. It's just as blank as the day you were born.
Tiny has the visible confused of like, huh?
He looks to Taliesin. Is he really this stupid?
Yes, unfortunately. Thribby, he's asking if you want to become a fucking werewolf.
God damn it. He
Yeah,
thinks.
Yeah, now the connections are made. The inner circle is all werewolf. Kodlak, Vilcus, Farkas, Gior, Ayla.
Brilliant.
They're all werewolves.
Tiny thinks for a second, and then he tries to respond with the only answer that he knows how. I've always thought, or I've always wondered how strong man can be to match and kill monsters by themselves. And that is why I'm in the companions. So I respectfully would turn down your gift.
That's a shame. You would have made a fine werewolf. Imagine the hunts you could have gone on.
I can still hunt. I can hunt with them. And if you want, I can offer the hunt trophy as offering. I don't know. He kind of looks to like the Taliesin is like, is that the word?
His spear vanishes from his hand and he crosses his arms. To hunt in my realm for eternity, you need to be a werewolf.
I mean, I can offer you hunts on Nern.
You would pay me homage as you are.
Why not?
So be it. He's not gonna say no to you giving him more power.
Taliesin just face palms.
Tiny's like, how do I do this game? I don't know. I don't know.
For
I don't.
fuck's sake.
As
You
a
know-
hint, a lot of the other princes are less patient than myself or Nocturnal. Maybe you should let your smarter friends do the talking.
Normally, yes, but you mentioned the companions, and I thought you liked talking about the hunt, so I tried.
You attempted for sure, Thribby, and I will give you that much, at the least.
He puts his axe away and helps Farron up.
Taliesin will also go to check on Farron.
I do also see that an Aedra has laid claim to you, Nord. You don't yet have his mark. But I could give
He
you-
starts looking around for a mark on himself.
Taliesin once again face palms.
Hircine face palms.
You can't
Yes.
use metaphors. I've tried.
Should have let me die rather than hear this.
You have the blessing of an Aedra. He's speaking slow now. He's
I
very
am
straightforward.
So fucking dead.
He's like, oh, that's cool. I didn't know.
Fuck.
It would be the man turned god Talos.
Oh, I mean, I was collecting his pieces.
Why
of his
did tell
staff.
us?
No.
You were collecting pieces of Ysgramor's axe to get to his axe.
I mean, I was just.
How do
something
you
that-
deal with this? He's looking at Dalsin.
Very, very carefully.
One step at a time.
He's like, I hit things and I push things. I hurt things. I poison Taliesin. There's brains. I just help.
Actually, one migraine at a time.
Taliesin takes the fucking Argonian mutts out of the bag and hands it to Hircine.
He takes it.
Yes!
I'm gonna need it after this. Maybe I could share it with Sanguine.
I was like, oh, if you want more alcohol, Tiny reaches into his bag and pulls out a few more bottles. I was
He
like, I
takes
don't-
them. He's gonna need it after dealing with you.
Damn it, why couldn't we just done this from the start?
Holy fuck, I am crying.
He's like, gods, these idiots are the ones to save the world.
This idiot right here.
Fuck.
And I thought, Feldrin fighting me completely drunk and high out of his mind was bad.
You know, honestly, Hircine, I was about to do the same when you grabbed my fucking neck, but this is
That's
good
my
enough.
mentor.
Mm.
Thumbs up.
He turns to Taliesin and gives his attention to Taliesin specifically. I can give your friend a key to get to Talos's axe as a token of a good hunt.
Yeah.
Or
Mm.
I've already heard whispers that you need 8 princes to send you back to Tamria. You have a choice. The axe of an Aedra or my help getting
Tiny
you
shouts,
back.
your help. He's like,
The
I'm already looking
adults
for
are
people.
talking now.
Holy shit. No, please have Hircine say that.
Okay, I can do that. The adults are talking now. And turns back to Taliesin.
The fact that he got called an adult by a Daedric prince makes him smile a bit. It's like,
I appreciate that, Hircine.
Adult for a mortal. Don't get caught up in it.
very, very typical of a Daedric prince to raise my hopes up and then quickly dash them, as I've come to notice. He does look
Do you
back to the rest.
expect us to be Aedra?
I don't expect you to be anything, because I've never met you fools. Oh, princes, nobles, whatever you call yourselves. He does look back to the rest of the group. I'm in favor of getting his aid personally. We could find the rest of the fragments instead of getting the
I
axe.
will give you a piece of information that the rest of the Daedric princes won't tell you. He points to Caldron's chestplate and to Alira's armor. Those things hurt us a lot. Imagine it in the form of a weapon in your idiot friend's hands
Oh, he still has
against Mannimarco.
he still
You're
has
doing a poor
feelings.
job of selling it.
I don't need to blatantly call him an idiot. Come on now.
I don't think Daedric princes care.
Thank you, God, for telling me this. Something the player already
Where's the
knows.
picture? God damn it! Where
Nox
are you,
isn't-
Nox?
Nox isn't here. He can't give you your meme.
Oh.
The Talzin again will look towards everyone. So, do we want his aid or do we want the key to the axe? I'd say his aid because it was quite a lot of work to get this bloke to actually not kill us. Not that you would. He
Kill you,
smiles.
maybe.
Tiny will actually reach into his
You'd be
bag and
surprised.
Tiny will reach
I
into
was
the bag.
tempted.
Tiny's gonna reach into his bag and pull out the 3 pieces. He's like, I think these were the last ones. Also, so I mean, I think we just need to get back, and I might have the whole axe.
You will have all of Ysgramor's axe to get to Talos's axe.
Right, I know. Tiny's telling the party.
Yes. That's
Okay.
that's what I mean. I'm going to say that knowing how he plays his character, Nox would agree that he would want Hircine's aid. I will
So
actually
be it.
DM him real quick.
He might be. He should be stopping here pretty quick with his thing. And on his way back, because he's offline now. Huh.
No, no.
One second.
I'm totally picture Hircine doing that little hand wavy thing that Tony Stark does when he says the adults are talking.
Yes.
He's got the height, so he can look down at Thruby. He's like, the adult.
Oh, yeah. He's like 10, 11 feet tall right now.
And then he suddenly turns into like the mini one from March of Sacrifices.
And that's only because he wants to look 10 and 11 feet tall. He can look as big or small as he wants.
While my friends are in thought on wanting to determine which of these rewards you give us, Lord Hircine, do you happen to know about any of the other Daedric princes and their affinities towards Mannimarco by chance?
I was going to ask you that.
Shit. Well, I do know that, and he explains the allied princes.
That does not surprise me. Not in the slightest. Their realms closely align with his realms, including his stolen one.
Not
I
much.
wouldn't even try Molag Bal, personally.
Oh, Dagon.
Yes, he's still very salty about 200 years ago.
Thought it didn't hold great.
And your friend there, and points to Caldron, is wearing the armor of the Aedra that defeated him.
That's actually a good point.
That's like rubbing salt in an opened wound from a trap.
It would be bloody funny though, wouldn't it?
For about 2 seconds until he smashed you.
Good point.
Is unlike me, he will not stay his hand.
That also makes a lot of sense. I've only heard stories about what happened to the Imperial City. I can't imagine being a part of it.
I could see it from my realm. They were rebuilding it for a very long time.
What compels a prince to attack Nern like that, to try and take it over? What's the point?
Power. Control. We've all had our thoughts and ambitions of it at one point or another. Back in the Merethic era, I thought of making it a part of my realm and turning it into a growing piece of my hunting grounds, where my children can hunt to their heart's content for all eternity.
Really? Not that I would know that, but that's actually kind of unexpected.
How is that unexpected? We're not Aedra. We have our own ambitions.
Well, of course, but you just seem, from what I know, which isn't much, you seem to be the type of prince that, ambitions aside, you just enjoy a thrill of a good time. You don't strike me as the type that would want to conquer and lay waste and control and all that. Have followers and children, yes, of course, but...
Oh, I would not be laying waste. I would be hunting forever in the expanse of Tamriel. No control. Let them run and hide all they wish, or live out their lives and accept their fate. I don't care.
And what
It would be
prevented
the
you
hunt.
what prevented you from doing that?
The dragons were around at the time. They already laid claim to mortals. And Alduin is Akatosh's son, and you don't want to mess with the god of the destruction. Meanwhile, we have a tiny ass short Nord that actually did that.
The irony.
Yep. She's like, bring it, bitch.
But you did not progress the companion's quest first.
Best part is she killed him on her birthday.
Aww.
Just saying, it's really early on in the quest line, okay?
Jesus
Yeah.
Christ, you're so hung up about that.
I literally just did it.
Brother. Let's see.
I may do it in the far in the future. You don't know. You may never know.
Probably not. So, did everyone decide while I'm talking to Hircine, did everyone decide on what they want to do?
Yeah, I feel like Alira would pipe up and be like, if this is the danger that comes with facing each prince, then it may be worth just getting his help this time.
He turns his head to you. Probably a smart decision. I did, after all, give you a taste of what it would be like to face a Daedric prince.
She just nods very deeply, like.
And he looks at Farron. Keep it burned in your mind. Because Manamarco does the same to you. You will not come back up. Not willingly, any. He is alluding to being raised from the dead.
We'll be sure to prevent that from happening. And he, despite the fact that he has pretty much been kind of chill towards Hircine, he does glare at him when he says that.
Now, hopefully Nox will be here soon.
Can I just flip a coin for Caldron?
Yeah, flip a coin for Caldron, that's fine.
Okay. One is tallow sacks.
He says, the power of a god is nothing to be. No, he said, sorry, I was doing it in Glarier's voice for some reason. He looks down at his armor and kind of wipes off the mud from the gem. Well, I'm gonna say that the power of a god is nothing to look down on. It's very helpful. And if the Aedra are involved in at least creating and giving gifts, they're making a statement because they don't do that. Guess I'll let you in on a little bit of insight. The moment you entered this realm, and he points to Alira and Caldron, those two stuck out because of their Aedric armor. They shine like beacons in a darkened room. Any prince takes notice of an Aedric gift in their realm. And we do know what that means.
What does it mean to the princes?
Let's put it this way. The Aedra are forever silent, rarely taking a physical form, rarely speaking, only every once in a while giving prophetic dreams to you mortals, and only selected priests every once in a great while. They have never, other than the armor of the Knights of Nine, created relics with such power. They gave half their power to create Nirn. And yet they split themselves more to create these items. What does that tell you? Yes, they're altruistic and selfless, but to split themselves so deeply hurts them, and they know it.
What would the difference be between a prince's artifacts and an Aedric artifacts be then? Does it hurt you when you create your own?
We split ourselves to grant gifts to mortals, such as he motions to a werewolf watching from the bushes.
Taliesin jumps.
They're always watching. They're part of my personal herd. Or to create Dremora or Daedra, depending on what we want. But at the same time, we're always gaining power from the selfish acts of mortals. The Aedra use the power that they gain from worship to make Tamriel better. They don't hoard it. So they are hurting themselves, while we only take a small paper cut that quickly heals.
Huh.
So, you have 2 artifacts of the Aedra. Now, if the Aedra were to start talking to you, or make an appearance themselves, you know you have a problem.
I see.
And, Caltrin's had Akatosh talk to him through the armor a couple of times before the sky went black. Alira's had Zenithar say something once. He does not know that. Because that's when the void hole was in the sky and their vision was blocked. Now all their senses of Nirn are blocked. Hi, Nox. You're currently talking to Hircine after he just fucking laid waste to you guys.
I've been filled in.
I DM'd him literally every single important detail as much as I could.
He basically Goku animated like Farron to death.
Hell yeah. If only he followed through.
Steel Wind Strike crit. That's all I gotta say.
Steel Wind Strike crit down 1 hit and he
followed through.
He did. He followed through. He stabbed you through the stomach.
But Farron
he
is
brought
still
you back
alive.
up because you're more.
I'm
yes, because you're more
going
useful alive.
To smack you.
He really is. He's no use to anyone.
I'm Eldritch blasting Farron to shut up. Shut the stop it.
This is now 2 Daedric princes who've hurt Tiny, and he's lived to tell the tale.
Yeah.
This is.
He also
3
told
Daedric
Tiny
princes.
he needs to let the adults talk now.
This is 3 Daedric princes Taliesin has left a mark on. This is pretty pog.
Now the question to you is, what is your next move?
Well, and he looks over to Glarior, who was a little far away after getting hit by that Steel Wind Strike.
You did get hit by the Steel Wind Strike, by the way. You're badly injured.
I noticed.
He, like, really went into people. Like, the only one that didn't get hit by it was Alira.
Hell yeah, protect.
He went after the boys.
She must be protected.
He's a feminist. He's a feminist furry.
A male feminist.
We were planning on going to his prince's realm. We did end up here, and that's what we're trying to do again. Right?
What are you using?
Looks at Glarior.
Glarior has
He-
it.
There we
He
are.
pushes past Farron and
Oh fuck.
Taliesin and approaches. You have this 11-foot tall dude just looking down at you now, holding
Big
out his hand.
Dear man.
Big old deer man.
Tiny.
Antlers to antlers communication.
He doesn't have that mask anymore, though.
No, Glarior has antlers.
Oh, okay, yeah. Antlers are antenna. This is canon now.
I don't know where Glarior was, but he stands up straight from wherever
Show
the
me,
fuck he
child
is.
of the wilds.
He
He seems to regard you with a little bit more calmness and a lot less harsh to you, because you are a Bosmer, you are a changeling, you are technically considered quote unquote one of his children.
yeah, technically. Glarior stands up straight, meets Hircine's gaze. He seems
I have a boyfriend.
Shut up! Oh my god! Jesus. He meets Hircine eye to eye. Well, not eye to eye, but he makes eye contact with Hircine, holds it, unintimidated. And he pulls the amulet of plane walk, whatever it's called, plane walk, out from under the hide armor that's covering it, and holds it up for Hircine to see it, though it's still around his neck.
He reaches out and he puts his hand under it and looks it over. I know who this belongs to. But I'm not going to tell you, because that hunt for you to figure that out will be satisfying to me.
I would not expect you to tell me anyway. Takes away the fun.
It does. But it is a good item, but it only works correctly for its creator. And the chosen of its creator. So what is your choice? Do you want the axe? Or do you want my aid to send you back and continue your hunt?
We were kind of just taking a poll of each person, seeing what their thoughts were.
Glarior briefly glances towards Tiny, and then back up at Hircine. I would ask for your favor. For your help.
And is that the sentiment of the rest of you? I
Yes.
already know that the Malmer wants to find the axe.
My thoughts haven't changed.
Your help would be much appreciated getting back to Nern.
So be it. I will be in contact with Meridia. And he just vanishes in the wind. And the werewolves vanish from the trees as well.
Tiny just eyes out or just keeps watch on the werewolves until they leave.
Yeah, they're gone. They vanished in the wind with him.
Okay.
Because they're of his personal pack, so.
Okay. Tiny just does a giant sigh. Oh, okay. And then he kind of sits down on this rock right behind.
Allison and Tiny are mirroring each other.
It's like, oh god!
Oh, for fuck's sake.
And to think, a couple months ago, you never thought you would be face to face with Daedric princes.
Punched one, almost grappled a second one.
I think you clotheslined Man Marco.
You did.
Yeah, that's true. But so, I guess it just looks around and is like, so we should be good to just rest here for a bit, right? And then head out in the morning?
Yes. Until the amulet recharges, we can go nowhere.
Okay. Tiny walks over to the river and then just gets the rest of the mud off of his gear. Just not bathing, but like just whatever wasn't swept off from when he was in there, just making sure he gets the rest of it, like even out of his hair. And then just comes back dripping wet.
Taliesin is gonna go do the same thing actually to get the mud off of him.
Caldron is gonna go jump in the water. Again.
Of course he does.
He can breathe it!
Terrence is going to rot against the.
And then he's just gonna sit on the rocks when he's done cleaning the mud off of the armor of Akatosh.
I'm gonna try. Go ahead.
Tiny's like, Caldron, do you need help getting it off your back? There's a little bit over there.
Fine. Glarior, come help me. Calls out his fucking twink!
Tiny just steps back, out of the way.
Like, I'm not getting in that. It's
So-
weird.
Weird question. I know the alchemy jug can like make stuff. But can it like hold stuff too? Like, I want Taliesin to like dip it.
Hold
in-
stuff it created.
Yeah,
You could create water in that thing to rinse stuff off.
Okay, I'm gonna check something because I don't know if it has like multiple charges. Once the jug it can't produce a different one or more of one that reaches my with next time. This an action and one liquid in the tail will produce the chosen liquid afterward you uncork the jug up to 2 gallons. And that was only 4 quarts, or a quart, sorry. So I can still make some
2
stuff.
gallons of vinegar, you can have 8 gallons of water fresh or 12 of salt.
So he'll just make like 1 gallon of water.
Okay.
And seeing that Farron is not going to clean himself
Still gonna get
off,
one of you guys in one of my games to make mayonnaise with that thing.
seeing that he's not, he's just gonna rot against the rock towels and fills it up after he's done cleaning himself, and then just pours the water onto Farron.
Fucking water noises.
Waterboard Farron! Farron got stabbed by the Daedric Prince of the Hunt, now let's waterboard him.
No, he's gonna like splash some on his face.
Ugh.
There you go, much better.
Funny, I don't feel any more alive.
He healed you to
You
4
have,
HP, what are you
like,
talking about?
currently a hole across, like, diagonal across your armor. That's about 6 inches long. That spear is fucking huge.
He's gonna have a cool scar after this.
Yeah, he's
I
got a
reckon
cool
you're-
scar.
I reckon you have quite the story to tell, eh?
Anyone alive back home to even hear it.
I'm sure there'll be people alive when we get back.
Assuming we get back after all this bloody farce.
I don't know, I know you were having fun with this little hunt that we were doing until you got stabbed.
Well, it was fun while it lasted, I suppose. Mr. Big Ones had to go and ruin it.
He's a fucking prince, what do you expect? Princes ruin all the fun, I've noticed.
That they do.
Very cryptic, ambitious.
Whenever he mentions Hircine, he has to do like a horns gesture to his head for emphasis.
Whenever the name Hircine is now mentioned, your scar tingles. Kind of hurts.
Bloody hate that guy.
I'd be surprised.
You saying that out loud in his realm.
Yeah, what is he gonna do? Fucking stab him again? What are you gonna do? Stab me?
Stabs him again.
Pierce and stabs you.
Let me find that image.
Also, what is it with the Dunmer character players wanting their characters to die in my games?
It's the darkness, the edginess.
They're emo.
They're
It's
emo.
the emo.
I am the goth to your emo.
I found it.
Look, you have so much darkness from Nocturnal. You're Taliesin Joppi level emo.
Yeah, my goal all along. Hell yeah. He does proceed to like help Farron clean the mud off of himself. I don't want that getting infected though. I think it's already sealed from what Hircine did.
Yeah, it does look pretty well sealed up, but it is definitely going to scar. Almost like he purposely let it scar so it could be a trophy of his.
He's not expecting a thank you.
Nope.
That is a Skyrim companion reference that I think nobody's gonna get.
Nope.
Or maybe we do get it and we're just not saying anything.
Okay, Hircine.
Hey, puppy.
I found it.
Tonight's episode is brought to you by Cute Adorable Dog. She doesn't make much noise, but she is cute and blind and old.
Whoopee.
Whoopee. Oh, for man stabbed. What are you gonna stab me? Get stabbed.
Hello, Java. Do you have a message?
It's called Living on the Streets of London, aka Gyarados.
Yes. Good message. Good message. We like that message.
How
Fantastic.
dare you? No, that's accurate.
Thank you, Java.
That trip.
Message: this D&D stream is brought to you and bought by Nox's other cat,
Java.
Java Chip. Yeah.
Meanwhile, a message tonight from Eowyn, named after the shield maiden Rohan. Right, Eowyn? You blind old bat.
Bobby.
Love you. All right. You guys are left to your devices. There's no signs of Hircine bothering you, or his werewolves, or any of the other wildlife. They seem to be keeping their distance now.
Okay.
And you are left to rest in peace.
With the area that they're in, Talison's gonna like go get a couple of kindling and make like a small fire, so they have some warmth. And
Don't
you
make
like-
the same mistake as that waterlogged Breton.
What was his mistake? I don't know if we were ever told what
He
it was.
made a fire in a forest while being hunted, and Hircine found him and killed him.
Well,
Okay,
the
so
good
we're-
thing is that we've already passed that phase, so I think we're fine.
Yeah. And then he got tossed in the lake and weighed down by a stick just to lure you in.
Well, I guess everyone is kind of chilling. Can Tiny just walk off for a second and try to find like small game or something like for dinner for the party?
Sure, survival check. Oh, you know what? Nox didn't get to see what I figured out how to do.
No, I
It
did
takes you a
not.
little bit,
Yeah.
but you managed to get about 3 rabbits. So we'll go ahead and show Nox what I figured out how to do.
I think that's
And it
fair.
makes me very happy.
It was nice.
Behold!
Oh,
I figured out how to upload animated maps.
wow.
Yeah. I'll put you back on the impending waterfall because that's That one's cool too. Also, these maps that feature tonight were made by Che Peku. You can check them out at chepeku.com, CZEPEKU.com. Shade will have to link it in chat because I can't post links. He's not letting me be a mod despite the fact I'm his DM.
Sorry.
Tiny comes back with the 3 rabbits and is like, I got dinner. And then he just proceeds to just start cleaning and cooking them. Nothing fancy.
Clarior hunt his own whatever.
Finally moves to dunk his head in the water.
Since we are in Hircine's realm, Sarah, can I have Clarior hunt for his food?
Yes.
Get you set of
Roll
my
me a
fucking
survival.
survival proficiency for once in my life.
You also have Wanderer, which helps with that.
I have what?
Your feature Wanderer. Or Outlander.
Oh,
That's part of the Outlander thing.
I didn't know that.
This is why we read our sheets.
At least you don't have to read as many sheets as I do.
Forgot I was an Outlander. Right, 22. What does that get me?
22, you're able to find 3 more rabbits than Tiny did.
Yoink.
You come
I
back
found
and it's
3
like a
more,
dick
or-
measuring contest.
Wait, did I find 6 rabbits?
Yes. Also, notice, Tiny, you still have Hunter's Call on you. It does not go away for 24 hours.
So we're just gonna be in another realm, and we'll just be
Hircine
pinging.
can see him.
So I mean, does Hunter? Is it like there's a mark on my forehead, on my body? Like can
No,
I see
it's a mental mark. It's he just can see you any point in the next 24 hours.
Tiny's just gonna assume that he took it off.
Yeah, you don't know it's on you.
Yep.
He just pointed at you and say, "I'm coming for you." You don't know what that meant. That was Hunter's Call.
That's fine.
You guys. Yeah. Tiny, there's your dick measuring contest. He brought back 3 more rabbits than you did.
He just looks over and he's like, "Oh, nice, more food for everyone." And he kind of like, gestures like, "Do you want to use the fire also?"
He gives a long, hateful stare at the fire.
I'm sorry, I don't know how else do you cook without a fire.
He doesn't.
And he kind of slings 4 of the rabbits off of one of his shoulders, tosses it at Tiny. I don't cook.
Oh, he hands the other 4 to Alira, and then assuming she wants to like do actual nice cooking.
And kind of like hunkers away from the fire, puts the rabbits down, and doesn't really like skin or dress them at all. He's just going in with his hands and teeth.
You can almost feel Hircine smiling at that you're eating it like an animal. He loves that.
He almost looks like happy that he's finally able to do this again.
Minecraft eating noise.
Yeah.
Minecraft burp noise.
I can't do the burp noise. There we go. Anyways, you guys managed to settle down, eat some food. With Glarier sounding like a Minecraft character there for a minute. It's a little weird.
Hold on, I'm gonna
Goal,
roll to see
Golem
if-
eating the rip.
Let me see if he'll do it. One he does. Okay. So seeing Glarior dig into the thing pretty ravenously, like an actual animal, Talzin gets an idea. Because he's never done anything like that before. And he sees one of the rabbits that Alira's gonna cook. And he says, Alira. He has like a stupid look on his face, like it's a half smile. I've been curious about something now that I think about it. Could you mind... Could you just give me a just raw piece of rabbit real quick?
Oh, that's a bit of a weird ask, but sure. She'll use her cooking knife and cut off a thin slice. Hand it to him.
He examines it for a moment. Just like seeing if it's like a bloody slice. Just inspecting it. He's like, you know, even in the Legion, we've never actually had to do something survival-like, and may as well experience it in case we run out of fucking rations. So, bottoms up, and he just eats it raw.
I think as you're doing that, she'll be like, well, that's usually because they can contain parasites or other bacteria, which is why we never cook.
You
He's
have
just, like,
died of
chewing it.
dysentery!
He just-
Oh god, now we're playing Oregon Trail. You guys need to ford across the river.
I
Oh
mean,
no!
I mean, it's a cleaned off piece, you'd imagine. So.
Oh yes, wiping it off with your fingies and running it in the river will
No.
definitely get rid of dysentery.
I'm
Oh,
sorry.
shit.
I have
gotta log in again.
I have a jug of water next to me. What do you mean washing it off in the river?
Oh
Tiny's
yeah,
like,
yeah. Any water source will get rid of, salmonella, dysentery.
Good luck with the rabies.
Don't
Thanks.
forget the rabies. Yeah.
Tiny looks at
This is
Tal and says, "Can you bring out the
Hircine realm
Argonian
rabbit.
ale?"
Sorry, say that again, Trippy.
Tiny looks at Talos and says, "Can you bring out the Argonian ale? Maybe that will kill the thing that."
You gave it to Hircine. You gave it to Hircine. Hircine has it and is probably sharing it with Sanguine right now.
I was about to say that. Well, now that you mention it, I don't think I have it because Hircine took it. You have any other potential things then I could clean it off with? He's just
What do
like,
you want?
I don't fucking know. Just give me something. He's kind of looking annoyed that you asked him to clean it off.
So he pulls out ale, mead, the Somerset fine wine, the fine Windhell wine, another Cloville brandy, the Sentinel fire hooch. And
he
then,
points at the Sentinel
yeah.
fire hooch.
Like, okay, there you go. Oh,
I
and then
see.
And he just like before he like puts it in his mouth, he's like sighing, and he's like, ugh. And he just like pours the alcohol over it, cleans it off, and then fucking puts it in his mouth to chew it.
he goes over to Glarior, and he's like, "Glarior,
What?
I know you weren't much of an alcohol fan, but..." And then he pulls out these 2 different juice bottles that he got how long ago? I don't. He's like, there's it says juice from Sentinel flavor 1 and other one was flavor 2. I don't know what they were, DM. That's all I wrote. I think we're just gonna figure this out later. But he hands both of them to Glarior, and he's like, "I don't know, maybe you might like this. They're kind of fruit flavored."
He looks at the bottles and then looks at Tiny, and then looks at the bottles, and then looks at Tiny. I've never eaten fruit before, Tiny. No. Sorry, you wouldn't call him Tiny. Thribby.
Okay.
Take
Actually,
those
I think it
back.
might have. You're welcome. I don't remember if it was for him or if it was for Caldron, because I think Caldron doesn't drink. I don't know. I'm losing track.
It was for Caldron because Caldron doesn't drink.
Oh, okay. Well, then he'll offer one of them to Caldron.
The thought is appreciated, I suppose, but the forest provides what I need. And he kind of hands off the other bottle also to Caldron.
Okay.
And as a sign that Glarior is done talking, he, like, I don't know,
Tiny walks away.
shoves a rabbit leg in his mouth.
Minecraft eating noises.
Crunch, crunch, crunch. He's the only one that does that now. It's canon.
Like ripping it apart.
I'm gonna see how Talzin enjoys raw meat, because you can eat it in small doses.
For those of you who have hunted and consumed raw meat in his realm, until you leave, you have advantage on your perception checks.
Dabs.
You have honored Hircine by doing that.
I was just being curious.
Fucking. So, in the same vein that Glarior is very picky about what he eats, Talzin does make a face, but he doesn't spit it out. He's just like, and swallows. It's like, you know, it's not my first pick for raw meat, but it's alright. Wonder what deer tastes like raw.
Much like rabbit.
Is that serious? Do you want to go find some deer?
We can add Paraspine for some of his flank.
God.
I don't think. Fuck. No, he would be laughing at that. I don't think that Hircine would take kind to taking a chunk out of his ass.
You never know.
I don't know what he's into.
Sanguine would. He wants people to bite his ass.
Thank you, God.
Where's the gif? Where's the picture? Give it. I need it.
She's fishing for the meme, Nox.
I'm on it. Already got it.
And, it's like, I don't know what he's into. Frankly, don't really want to know what he's into. I think I know what he is. It's hunting. It's definitely, something primal, I bet. And just nods, not going further into detail.
Or perhaps.
It's like thinking about Mana Marco having sex with Cillier. You just don't wanna.
Thank you, God.
You're like,
He just appears again, then teleports out, and everyone takes 2d6 psychic damage.
And, Glarior kind of
perceive this, bitch.
Glarior pauses in the middle of stripping a part of rabbit skin clean of meat without looking up from his work. Well, quote unquote work. It's not work. He's mutilating it.
Work is work.
In my culture, it's customary to eat the bodies of fallen enemies. I would take a chance if I could.
Really?
Yes.
Is that like the Mosswing culture or Bosmeri?
It is the custom of many more traditional Bosmer tribes who follow the Green Pact. The practice was dying out by the time I was born, but we were very traditional.
Oh. Well, that definitely explains why you, use your teeth a lot. Especially on the dead Thalmor, way back when we were in Cyrodiil.
I would have liked to eat them. I did not.
Sounds authentic, I guess is the word.
Authentic Bosmeri cuisine. Oh, I know that you hunted animals. I never thought that Green Pact were also eat man and burn beast. That's new. Then again, I don't know much about the Green Pact, so that's insightful.
Talk about having an open palate.
We were some of the only Bosmer left in the Valenwood practicing this. It was considered barbaric. And I say the other Bosmer tribes who have not tasted the flesh of a Thalmor have not lived properly.
What does the flesh of a Thalmor taste like?
And he licks his teeth and kind of stares off into space like he's imagining it.
Chicken.
Most Thalmor are Altmer. Altmer are usually particularly lean. I attribute them to somewhere between deer and bird. If I had to equate it to animal, they have a very distinct taste. It's not my favorite.
Very stringy.
Yeah.
What would you say your favorite is?
He tears off another piece of rabbit and swallows it.
Damn it.
It has been a long time since I have had it, but... And he kind of gets a really distant look on his face for half a second.
Farron just looks at Taliesin dumbfounded, wondering why he's asking.
Taliesin shrugs and he's smiling, but then turns back to Glarior.
Bosmer.
He does a double take. Really?
Why does this surprise you?
It's... Surprised you haven't tried to chew off your own arm yet. He's very clearly being sarcastic.
And Glarior, with full sincerity, kind of looks at him, gives a half shrug with his hands. I'm saving my palate for the rotting flesh of my ancestor.
Sounds appetizing.
He does nod at that. I suppose that makes sense. He has aged quite well, so it might taste like a fine vintage. Maybe the blood has some flavor to it as well, yes?
Or maybe just
Or
sawdust.
he might catch dysentery from it. You don't know.
Bosmers are built
Glarior
different.
gets fucking prion disease.
Yeah.
Chronic
He gets
wasting
chronic
disease.
wasting. Now I'm just imagining Hircine with it, and he's just walking in a circle.
I would like to roll a thing about vampires and consumption of either their blood or flesh. What would I roll for that?
History.
Okay, cool. History. If I can find it. Jesus. There it is. Damn it.
You don't know much about vampires, man. I mean, you're not the expert in those things. Ugh.
Dinky.
I mean,
Stinky.
it doesn't sound all that appetizing to me, considering he's vampiric, from what you've told me. But, best of luck
Appetizing
with
to
that.
you.
Is Farron saying that?
I will
Yes.
say Glarior gets advantage on that history check because he grew up around vampire.
Okay, I was about to ask.
You sure are asking quite a bit about this. Any particular reason?
What's my...
Am I not allowed to know about my companion?
Where's Whisper?
Yeah, I mean, sure, but This
Oh my
seems
god,
like a very,
Farron's showing some jealousy. Oh!
very specific terms of inquiry.
he's gonna smile at Farron, like flick his head to the side. He's like, oh, that makes so much sense, actually.
Okay.
He's gonna flick his hair to the side and say, "What would you like me to dig deeper into your personal stuff?"
So,
My personal stuff doesn't include eating people.
Go on.
so Glarier, you grew up around a vampire. You were essentially raised by one. You do know you have to be smart about it because vampirism or sanguinary vampirus, like any other vampiric disease, is a blood-borne illness. If you consume the flesh or blood of a vampire, you will likely become one because it's a disease. But there's a little bit of a gray area now because vampires used to be a creation of Molag Bal. You know how it was done. It was done through Molag Bal, unconsensually bedding somebody. We'll put it that way. Not funny, but just the way I tried to put it, very gracefully, which there's no graceful way to say it. Is he doesn't own the realm of vampires anymore.
Yeah. So
Mannimarco took it over as the Prince of Undeath.
I'm guessing that Glarior would know Falnir's strain, which was the second era one.
Yeah, the second era strain.
Noxophilic sanguivoria.
Vampirism.
Yeah, Noxophilic sanguivoria.
Yeah. Online vampirism. Yeah, Noxophilic sanguivoria. That is also bloodborne. It's highly likely that it's not created through, unconsensually bedding somebody, anymore, fortunately. But, it's quite likely it's still done, still created through probably blood magic or, passing through blood. So. So, if you were to consume his flesh raw, you would likely become a vampire.
Yeah, Glarior shrugs. His flesh is dead. The blood that runs through his veins is more Daedric than anything. He's already died twice.
Oh? How so?
It's not my story to tell. But he is more corpse than he is living at this point. More than other vampires, I think.
I'd suppose be careful if you decide to consume him then.
Hopefully we can make it stick this time.
If I consume his flesh, there's a high chance that I will be infected with the same burden that he has.
I see.
Would Glarior know if it's curable?
Nope. Unknown, because if it is curable, Falnir never talked about it.
Yeah, he fucking did not.
No, okay. He doesn't care if he's cured or not, but but you do know that if you were to contract it, you might Mannimarco might take the claim over your soul because it would overlay essentially. You were originally claimed by Hermaeus Mora, but if you did something that is not Hermaeus Mora's realm afterwards, that prince would take it over.
Yeah. Glarior kind of looks back down to the rabbit. Well, half a rabbit, I guess. That is a venture best saved for after Manamarco is dealt with. He has enough control over me as is.
A fair assessment, and a very good point, I would think.
So yeah, don't do that.
I will. Eventually. It is my tradition, and it is my right.
To yourself.
Nothing definitely spells out vengeance like eating your fallen foe and then shitting him out, isn't that right?
He stares at Taliesin, unamused. He cannot be risen again.
Well, that's good, I suppose.
Glarior, once again, as a sign that he's done with the conversation, turns back to his rabbit.
Taliesin turns to Farron. So yes, as I was saying, I don't know these things. I may as well ask.
He's just like, alright man, you do you, I guess.
Considering, it's not talked to the other two, Hot Sec and Caldron is being, Blair Witching in the lake, river, Ty will turn to Alira, that she's cooking. You need any help with that?
Oh. It's about done now. She'll take a final taste of it. Add a bit more seasoning. You care for a bowl?
Of course. You think I'm just going to eat raw meat?
I'd prefer if you left that to Galarier for the most part. She says, giving it once over again just for basic signs of food poisoning.
He looks fine.
Exhales in relief.
Well, I suppose that if I'm giving him a taste of what else Tamriel has to offer, I could at least indulge him in trying out the things that I don't normally do, right? So it's just a fucking ribcage in the distance.
So are you gonna like start eating people too, or?
I don't know yet. Maybe the danger will take over. And he says that the eyes flare for a moment to purple before they go back to hazel.
You are one strange man.
And we're in strange circumstances. May as well embrace it.
See how far my limit goes on the whole embracing it thing.
Well, beggars can't be choosers. And they'll take a bowl from Alira. How are you faring, by the way, Alira? We've hopped a couple realms now, and you seem... Well, from what I saw, you've seemed quite bothered. You dealing with this all right?
Certainly like nothing I've ever done before. Being Oblivion, I can't say I'm the most comfortable here. Even in the realms of the princes who support us. No offense.
I mean, none taken. I didn't even know half the shite that was in the Evergloam. It just... It's weird, because I don't understand it completely. I feel like I am, yet when something else is explained to me, I realize that I am far off from my own assumptions. Though everything is a bit clearer, at least in terms of a Daedric's knowledge. Or Daedra's knowledge. Back in the Evergloam, I definitely felt more powerful. That is for certain. Derby even mentioned something about my eyes that I didn't even notice until I looked in the bloody river. But...
Like you. You seemed like you were in your element there.
Did I?
Who are you taking to this whole nocturnal thing? You're her champion now, from what I heard.
After finally getting asked that question, Taliesin looks at the bowl, like, stops eating and just looks at, like, the broth of what I'm assuming is rabbit stew. And his smile fades. I'm still not quite sure what to think of it, but I have a purpose. That can be... much can be said for that, I think. With what little training Caldron and I did, I am discovering my roots again with being what a swordsman should feel like. But even then, I feel like I've been relying on this new power too much. I'm not sure if I need to fully embrace it or make it my own. Magic is... the study of it I understand, the usage I don't. You and I could talk theories and theorems all bloody day. Was part of my tutelage back at the academy in the Imperial City, after all. But it definitely is different when you use power versus seeing it, I guess. And considering that all of this magic that I've been gifted isn't even my own, it's... He pauses and he looks at his hand as he like he's holding an action to cast Eldritch Blast just to see the magic come up before he like crushes it in his hand. It's tantalizing. It's both beautiful and terrifying. And he finally meets Alira's gaze. Is that what it's like to be you? To be not only a studied mage, as well as the chosen of your god?
I think when you say that, she'll flinch a little bit. I know all too well the difference between learning it in theory and practicing it. But when you use your magic, I know that you've just come to it somewhat recently. But I envy you a little bit. It looks like it comes so naturally, like it's an extension of yourself somehow.
I'm not sure
Whereas...
if... Oh, sorry, go on.
Oh, go ahead. No, go ahead, go ahead.
At that, he brushes back his hair and just, like, makes a quizzical face. He's thinking. Talent, skill. That is the question, isn't it? My talents are talking. making an ass of myself, being persuasive to have Lord of the Hunt only have him hunt us rather than his whole pack. Have Lady of Natural Shadows and of the Embracing Darkness favor me and make me her champion. Skill, perhaps. I never really guessed that I would be one for talent. Not that it was really put on me when I was younger. Not even now. Even you'd think that being in a prestigious house would have its benefits. And I've definitely made heirs that try to show that to you all, but it's pretty much a farce. I'd think that it really just comes to intuition of survival. Needing to be able to know it quickly as you can. Having someone who understands at least some semblance of it. And he does like quickly glance over to Glary or teach you in some capacity. Deeper understandings. But being a natural. Unfortunately, Lyra, that is far from what I am. And he goes quiet.
She'll sigh a bit. And you have quite the talent to make it seem so smooth. She'll kind of poke at her armor a bit. I wear this armor of Zenithar, but can't help but feel that could have been someone else. It could have been one of my siblings. They're far greater clerics than I am. Back in Vivek City, I just remember... Oh gosh, who was with us in the tombs?
Wasn't it Neloth?
Telvani?
Yeah.
Neloth?
Yeah.
When Neloth asked for a cleric, I couldn't even say a word at first. It's never been something that came to me. It's never really felt that way. And now I'm one wearing this. I feel a bit like a farce. Like I'm supposed to be a chosen, but
he chuckles. That makes two of us.
I see you that way. Aedra or Daedra, it's the same, I suppose.
Aye.
I guess Hircine's words earlier just got me thinking about that again.
Well, as a wise companion told me not too terribly long ago, it is very smart to heed the words of a Daedra, because they have lots of knowledge to them, lots of wisdom even. But, as I have come to find out, do not solely rely on it. They are labeled with their own personal biases, their own form of... Not manipulation is another word for it, but it does not come to me at this time. Point is, as I'm trying to make this power my own, right? You should make your faith and your own magicka your own. Because God knows that you are more talented than I am.
Of baking, perhaps.
One of many things, Alira. Baking, cooking, spell slinging, histories, arcane theorems even. You give yourself very little credit, my friend. Were she not the cunt that she is, I'm pretty sure my mother would have liked you quite a bit. A prize student, I can even see it.
One second, there's a spider. I'm just gonna BRB real quick.
Okay.
Oh no, Mafala is interrupted.
Mafala's invading her realm of oblivion.
Can't believe Mafala's trying to interrupt this.
Also, do note what I posted in general in the Discord.
Oh.
My plain old oblivion, aka my rot cave.
Well, he's not an eloquent speaker, but he damn well is fucking strong.
I was literally just like crawling on my desk right in front of my keyboard.
Look,
Anyway.
Mafala wants to keep you guys from saving Nern, okay? To the point she'll come into existence.
No.
Look, you may have higher charisma than Hircine, but he could kill you in one hit.
Yeah, but I could talk better, so fuck you.
I was thinking his strength would be higher than his dex, not the other way around.
Oh, I always pictured Dex higher because he is a hunter. He would be able to move around a field very
okay, I see.
swiftly.
I bet that fucking spear's a finesse weapon too.
It is.
I knew it. Yep, that makes
It's
sense.
a finesse versatile weapon. It's one of the very few in existence.
Dex build.
You can use strength or dex with that weapon.
Dex build.
So yes, as you were saying, Alira.
I'm trying to remember what the last train of thought was.
Mafala made you forget. Oh, God, that bitch.
Princess.
Taliesin made a remark about you being more having more talent than you realize.
Hi, kitty.
Basically complimenting you. And then he made mention that his cunt of a mother would have liked you.
That's right.
Probably would have been her top student.
Okay. You chuckle at that. You know, your mom didn't seem so bad when we met her back in IC.
Oh, you don't know her as well as I do. Granted, you've only met her once, and perhaps that's for the best. And his gaze kind of darkens a bit at that.
I think she'll take note of that and... Well, if we ever make it back to Tamriel, I'll make a note to try to avoid that.
Oh no, you'll be fine. I just don't want to talk to her. Going to the synod in the first place was like pulling fucking teeth. Ironic, I know. He just casually taps the side of his jaw.
She'll just chuckle a little nervously, like, Yeah, that thing that I definitely tried to forget about.
He's not even realizing he's doing it. He's looking away.
Are you doing okay from that? So,
From what?
was that... I... The... She'll just gesture to her mouth, like where the blood was gushing.
Oh, yeah. No, I'm fine.
If it's related to Daedra, you don't need to tell me about it. I'll leave you to
Look, it's
your
nothing
privacy.
it's nothing to be secretive about, alright? I just owed Glarior a favor, specifically Glarior, not to Maes Mora, not Nocturnal, not to Groth, nor any bloody Daedra. It was specifically Glarior. He told me to do something, I failed to do it, and that was the price if I failed to do it. Simple. He says this very nonchalantly.
You know, for the bastard that you initially made yourself out to be, you're quite honorable.
Well, bastard by title. I try not to be it in person, though. It's useful in its moments. Guess the Legion taught me that. For the most part, at least. No, I wouldn't necessarily say that honor and being indebted they don't really coincide with each other. He just shrugs.
Always have a way of coming back to
You actually cut out what you said?
Debts always have a way to come back to haunt you, in my experience.
No.
I think I ended up running away with you guys in the first place.
Are you escaping a debt?
Yes.
His eyebrows raise.
Yeah, Farron's expression is suddenly a lot more serious. It is one that is my fault, but unfortunately wasn't really something I could pay, so it was my only option. At least for now, until I find a way of properly paying back. The way things are going, I'm sure that will even be necessary at this point.
Who do you owe a debt to?
It's complicated. I guess you could say he was like my teacher. He's the one who introduced me to the guild back home in Cyrodiil. Teacher, my... What's the word? Damn it.
Mentor?
Benefactor, something like that. Anyway. He was still a bastard, but he did teach me pretty much everything I know. I didn't really know how deep his depravity went when I went under his wing. Now my family could possibly be suffering for it.
Sounds like it's better you're away from him now.
I guess so. I mean, as long as Feldrin is keeping up his word, keeping an eye on my family. But still, I worry.
What possible debt could you owe a person of the Thieves Guild that would have your family in danger? What did he do? What did you do?
Took a big job. Once in a lifetime job, really. I'll let my greed get the better of me. And when me and my group botched the job, of course I'm the only one who came back fully intact, so I took the blame for it.
And this was all Jadenol?
Yes. After our family forced to leave Morrowind after the Argonian hordes invaded, it was the first place we settled. Of course, it wasn't always. The city probably already had large dumb refugees in the first place, so me, my sister, and my father were on our own.
Yes.
I never really went to school or had any other marketable qualities, so this man found me on the streets. I jumped at the offer without really considering the consequences.
Does he have a name?
Sorry. He goes by Cyro. I don't know if that's his real name or not, but is what I refer to him as. Big Colovian bloke. A little bit of a very ruthless man.
Soul.
Yeah.
Could I have Taliesin make a check on anything related to some Thieves Guild operations in Shadenhole based on military background?
Sure. Roll a history check.
That's the
Sorry, I was like scrambling to get up my bio so I could write his full name out. I'm gonna put it in chat.
Okay. It's okay.
Well,
You don't know anything.
Thank you. Copy that down.
What's a Thieves Guild again?
Jesus Christ.
Cat is meowing at me.
Taliesin blinks.
I wish I could be of more help. I didn't even know that Shadenhole had a Thieves Guild chapter.
Well, it's not all that large. Just mostly just smaller operations of the Greater Guild of Cyrodiil.
Hmm.
But in terms of the main players there, he was quite a large one.
I see.
Bastard.
Bastard, indeed.
Well,
You guys are both smart enough to know if you wanted to know more about the Shadenall chapter of Thieves Guild. A good person to probably ask is Feltrin, because that's another thing he admitted to, is that he used to be a thief in Imperial City
right.
and in Vivek City. He was also in the Morag Tongue, but nobody talks about that.
Hell yeah.
Well, I mean, I suppose if, it comes down to it, perhaps we could ask, Feldrin if he knows anything about that. He was in the Thieves Guild. He mentioned it a few times.
I believe so. I guess I just felt embarrassed bringing such mortal trifles to such a big figure like him.
He was mortal
Dude
once.
wakes up. The dude wakes up surrounded by alcohol, liquor bottles, and skooma bottles every morning.
He's
I don't think
basically he's basically Dunmer Jesus, so you can't like blame a guy for being like, I feel like he's got bigger issues.
Dunmer Jesus with a drinking problem.
He's so real for that.
Honestly.
Talzin will scoot over and like just gently pat Farron's thigh. Like, well, as I said, he did say he did become the Neverine, so he used to be mortal once.
I guess that's true.
And
You
unlike...
forget it in all the legends and stuff like that.
Well, think of it this way. There's other two paths you can go down once you become ageless. You can become that dickhead that loves undeath and whatnot, or you could become like Feldrin. I much prefer the old man myself.
Say that again.
What's Thurby doing? If Wave is here.
I am. I'm also making dinner.
Understandable.
But Thurby is he's more quiet than normal. I mean, there's a few times he you saw him like listening into your guys' conversation, but he tried to be quiet and give you guys the space. Other than that, he kind of just sitting and eating, and there's a point where you look at and there's actually still food in his bowl. Like how slow he's eating is like much slower than normal.
I think definitely seeing that is out of character. Tal will look over to him, seeing that he has been quiet and not interrupting.
You doing all right, big man? Your bowl's still half full.
No, it's more than it's mostly empty. But no, I'm fine.
Insight check.
Inside that check, that bitch. You got deception check or persuasion.
I don't think that's gonna work. I don't think that's gonna work.
Yeah, something's wrong. Something is definitely wrong.
Talzin smirks, and he does walk over to him, just like lazily wraps his arm around his big ass shoulder because he can now that he's sitting. It's like, mate, you know you can't lie to me like that, right? Just gently pokes his arm. Come on. What's up?
Now there's like a brief like red across his face as like he got caught, and he's just like, it's nothing. It's fine. We did it. We fought, and we're just resting up before we go again.
Thurby, come on.
He kind of just like finishes his bowl, and then he puts it down, and he's like, I'm losing my thing. Like, if I can't even defend everyone, what can I do? And so, like, yes, I took a hit, but Farron went down. Alira was fine because she was far away, but like everyone else almost died. And he thinks for a second, and then he kind of just like loses his thoughts, like he's not there, and then he just says, that's not gonna happen again. Is no one else is gonna go down.
Hearing that, Talzin's smile goes away, and he just gently pats. He like stands up straight and gently pats Thurby on the shoulder.
Would it make you feel better if I told you that Hircine specifically did this to test us?
Just because you know it's a test doesn't mean it's okay to fail.
Well,
And he kind of like puts the bowl down and he gets up and he walks past you and he goes into the forest and he's like, I'll be back later.
He doesn't say anything to you as you walk off, but he does sigh.
Well, I mean, if we failed, we'd be dead, but I suppose you have a point.
And he shrugs and goes back to sit next to the other two.
Suppose that was my fault.
And as the night carries on, fire starts to wane. Your food fills your stomachs, and like I said, the two of you who consumed raw flesh that you hunted in his realm specifically, you have advantage on perception checks for the night, though you don't have to worry about it, because you can perception check if you want, but Hircine's got things under control. He's keeping his word.
Staying in character, Taliesin would not sleep.
Fortunately, you already had your dream, but Thurby, what time do you get back to the group when everybody's asleep? Yes, you can. You could do some spell transcribing. Go ahead and roll that.
Not long. I think he just goes out for a bit and he pulls out what he assumes is the nicest bottle. He has the Clovino brandy based off Taliesin liking it. The only thing that he has makes it think it's the most expensive. And then he kind of just finds like a tree and he pours out like
Hermes, get
three.
down from there.
He
It's
pours
pulling
out
on my mouse.
He pours out 3 like shots worth of alcohol. Sorry, 2. And then he names the companions that he's lost. And he's like, I said it wouldn't happen again, and it's not. I'm failing. So here's to you guys. Hopefully they don't. See you soon. And then he caps he closes it and he comes back like half an hour, maybe? Half an hour to an hour later. He's not gone for too long.
Yeah. By this time, people have started falling asleep, so...
Okay. Is anyone else still up by the time I come back?
Yes.
Taliesin is.
Fuck.
He doesn't sleep. So...
I know! Tiny forgot.
Tiny
He's like, I'll just come back later. And so it's like that feeling where like you come home and your parents are waiting for you to come home.
Yeah.
Like
You just don't want your parents to see you like coming home half drunk, even though you're fucking adult.
oh, he's not
like,
drunk. He only poured out the drink.
No, I'm saying as an analogy.
Oh yeah.
It's like a walk of shame in a way.
I would say that Taliesin acknowledges Thurby, but he is facing the river, looking up at the. There's night here, right? Like there's a moon.
Yes, it is currently night. The moons are visible.
Are they still red?
And the blood moon is starting to fade off.
Okay, he's just like kind of watching it and in amazement and studying it, but he doesn't say anything.
Okay. Tiny, knowing that he can't out-stealth Taliesin or lie to him, is just gonna, like, you hear from behind you a... Taliesin, I'm sorry. That was rude of me.
What? He turns to face you.
That was rude of me. I shouldn't have left while you were talking. I apologize.
Taliesin shrugs and continues to look back at the moon. We all have our own struggles and griefs, Thurby. You don't need to apologize. I understand. I felt the same exact way when Farron went down. I was, bit of rage, built up in me, and I was hard set of using Nocturnal's abilities to push that big antlered bastard into the water, but he stopped before I could even get that attack in.
He thinks for a second, and he's like, agree. I'm sure you have, he thinks for a second. As someone who has been in war or combat, as you've said,
Aye.
seen your fair share of friends dying, but I don't know if you've ever seen them fall because it was your fault. And you see, like, his face just get really dark.
Taliesin does not look at you, but he does sigh.
I was a legate, Thurby.
I don't know what that means.
I was about to explain it.
Okay.
But who's the leader of your companions again?
Is it Vicus Soul or is that
Codlac Whitemane. He's the Harbinger.
Codlac? Sorry, it's Codlac.
Who's the one underneath him?
That's Vilcus.
Vilcus, the one, and I say Vilcus is also the one who brought me into the companions.
Well, think just a slight step lower than second in command, but I'm essentially like Vilcus in the Legion. I have people that look up to me, I commanded squads, I negotiated. I had a high position of importance, not just because I was a noble, which is how most people get those positions, but because I excelled in the Imperial Academy. So, I know all too well about losing comrades. Ones that you were close to, ones that you could prevent.
Tiny nods in agreement. He's like, yes, but there's a difference between, I guess, from what you're saying of making a battle plan and then, for lack of a better word, fucking up and then causing someone else's or causing other people's death.
That's when he turns to look, though it's not the full face. Some of his face is covered by the hair, but you can see like one of his eyes, and it's a very sympathetic look.
I know that all too well, as I'm the one that made all the plans in the first place. And I regret the fact that some of them have failed, but many of them have also succeeded. You can't account for everything.
You see him like actively trying to think about it, and he's like, that's true. But he still just has that, like, the two brain cells are grinding hard just trying to think and process something, and he's just like,
They're about to go on strike because you're overworking them so hard.
yeah, I know.
Coming out of his ears.
There's like, and then he kind of just shakes his head and he's just like,
No, we won't think.
and he's just like, brain, and he kind of just puts his hand on his head and like, my brain kind of hurts. Just, there was a lot today. But since you seemed so interested, I was gonna write a note to Glarier as a reminder to ask this, but you probably will remember since it's you. Do you want to ask him if there's any recipes he knows that maybe him and Allura can try to cook, and that way we can try, like you said, his culture, and maybe not so much of the pure raw, or we all get sick. I assume they cook something.
From Glarior's assessment earlier, can I make like a check to see if I would know anything about Bosmeri culture?
Sure, history check. You're rolling a lot of those today. 18. Well, most of Bosmers, especially the ones who participate in the Green Pact, eat almost exclusively meat. There's a few who take it to the extreme and eat exclusively raw meat. Glarior seems to be of that end of the spectrum. There are cosmopolitan Bosmer who do eat what would be considered imperial foods.
Considering that the player here knows a little bit about the Green Pact. Would that Green Pact also include, not the extreme one, but the normal one? Would that normal one also include the byproduct of animals, such as like honey and milk?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
That has to come from animals.
Okay. Thribby, oh not Thribby, Taliesin looks at Thribby.
It's like an anti-vegan.
Yeah. It really is, actually.
It's an anti-vegan. Like, I'm anti-vegan, and like, I think eating plants are gross.
I'm gonna start calling Glarior a bogan.
No.
He
Get
would
your-
be a raw bogan. He would be one of those people who eat like raw.
That sounds
Foods
so
only?
visceral.
You jabroni.
Aw. Taliesin looks to Thribby and shakes his head. Well, unfortunately, my friend, what you saw today with Glarior digging into those rabbits, that is what most Green Pact Bosma eat. And if I'm guessing correctly with the extremities, of the entirety of what he told me about the moss wings, they don't usually indulge in the cooking of it, nor do they enjoy animal byproducts like most normal Green Pact followers do. That much I knew. The cannibalism I learned about today, actually. Funny enough, though, the ones that don't follow the Green Pact, they just eat or cook Imperial cuisine. You can blame the Empire for that one.
The Empire really is like the Britain of Tamriel.
Okay, Tiny will just nod and
All fish and chips.
Taliesin
Tiny will
refuses
just nod and is like, okay, well, I mean, it was a thought.
No spice.
None whatsoever. Mayonnaise is too spicy, man.
Boiled chicken.
Stealing like it from other people's cultures and putting it in a museum.
This is why
Oh.
Taliesin likes Khajiit food.
I would rather kill myself than have an English breakfast again. That shit was gross.
If anybody gives this
Anyways.
man beans on toast, he will actually kill them.
Beans
Um,
on toast is your dad's favorite food.
God, no wonder he hates him. Taliesin cooks once. The fuck is this?
Where's my beans on toast?
Oh god, fucking, he really is just the goddamn old geezer meme now that I think about it.
Yep.
Life as a
Anyways.
true empire geezer. Fuck. Sorry. Continue, Thurby.
No, I mean, that was all. He would just nod and say, okay, well, it was like you mentioned trying other people's culture. I was like, maybe Alera could cook something, but if not, I don't know if we all want to I don't know. I probably won't get sick. I eat a lot of random things all the time, but I don't want everyone else to get sick. Or maybe we just wait till we're back on Nern.
He thinks about this for a moment. Have you eaten raw meat before?
I would assume the answer is yes. Like, not even doubting
Yeah,
that.
a few times. Like in a drunken dare from like
Oh yeah,
Farkas and shit.
yeah. I don't doubt it. Or just out and like too lazy to cook or didn't have anything else. It's like I'm hungry. I'll eat now.
I suppose that you'd be more inclined to try his quote-unquote cuisine then. I'll even help clean it by giving you a bit of the spiced drink that I had clean off that rabbit nugget I ate.
Sure.
Bit gamey for me, but maybe I'll enjoy something else if I intend to do the same as I'm doing Glarior with showing him the cuisine that is good. Not
I mean, when you're
Imperial.
hungry, you'll eat anything.
It's true. Perhaps I will be starved so much that I will resort to cannibalism, and he gives you a really weird smile.
Namira would be very happy about that. I mean, she did try to get you to eat other.
Tiny catches it. He's like, okay, I mean, if we're all gonna eat something, sure. I mean, just pretend it's your great villain, and they'd be like, "I killed the great villain. That was this cow."
I'm not being serious, Ruby.
Why do you think they call it Long Pig?
Jesus Christ.
Oh God. Anyways,
And Tiny was like, "Well, I should probably get some sleep. But if you could wake me up at first light, I will go out and try to get us something to eat before we leave."
Sure, I'll sure poke you.
Okay. Then he goes and finds a spot to like. I don't think he would even open his bedroll. He would just find like a patch of grass, and then just old school sleep on grass and look at the stars, and then just knock out.
guys, so I'll go to sleep. Get a long rest.
Yay.
We all like having a long rest. But first, two things happen in the night. First things first. I need Tiny this time.
Oh, goody goody gumdrops, what's gonna happen? Hello.
You begin to drift off into a peaceful sleep. Very odd feeling being in a Daedric realm, but lately you have been in both Nocturnal and Hircine's realm. You've been getting some decent sleep. Towards the end of your sleep, you begin to dream. And a date resounds in your head as you're put in the body of another. In the clearest dream you ever had. Sun's Dawn 9, 4E182. He had given everything for his family and to Azura. Everything. His time, his devotion, and even his childhood. He even let it slide when his little brother Ndasi was named leader of House Telvanni and head of the council. And this is the things he got? Loss of his wife? The burden of his children? No. He wouldn't let it stand. He was done with this. He was done with his high and mighty brother devoting himself to a house and to a god who cared nothing for him, and he was going to do what he needed to get everything he wanted. He attempted to reach out to any of the other Daedric princes other than Azura, and with each failure he could feel his drive and his hope slip more and more. He needed a way out to make his family and the world pay for his pain and loss. He gave everything and got nothing in return. And he sat in his empty home while his children were out, writing, and a creak came at the front door. He stopped and looked over his shoulder. He expected Ndasi, his high and mighty advice and desire to soothe things. Instead, he saw a tall Altmer man with blue eyes. Villain, correct? Villain examined the way he walked, the way he moved carefully. This Altmer was prideful and sure of himself. He took a step to where he hid his sword behind a cabinet. Who are you? Why are you in my home? He growled. He stopped walking and picked up a trinket. You saw Daedric princes, did you not? Elaine relaxed a bit. Maybe his pleas to the princess were actually heard. I did. Who are you? Who do you serve, Mafala Boetha? He asked, still a little concerned but hopeful. I am Silenir. I speak on behalf of the Daedric Prince Manamarco. He heard your pleas and is answering them. He wishes to give you everything you desire. The Altmer started with a calm smirk on his face. Manimarco was a mortal before he was killed by the hero of Kavach, not a Daedric prince, Verlaine corrected in a dismissive tone. A smooth chuckle came from Selenir. All a part of his grand plan. He is now a powerful Daedric prince, and the prince of necromancy, profane magic, and undeath. Verlaine could feel his breath catch in his throat. He could see that Selenir was speaking the truth, or truly believed what he said, which meant his prayers were answered. At least he hoped. This was everything he asked for. He let out a breath, and a smirk curled across his lips, and his eyes went to Selenir. What do I have to do? Satisfaction. Pure satisfaction spread across Selenir's face. Slowly his sclera changed to black, like ink dripping into water, and then the blues of his irises began to glow. For the power you want, you must make your family suffer. For their crimes of not giving you the recognition and position you deserve, I only ask one thing. And what is that? My lord Manimarco demands the souls of your 2 children, Selenir replied. Verlaine was baffled. That was it? Those 2 leeches? Including the one, his youngest, that was responsible for his wife's death. The drains of energy, the reason his hands were tied because his little brother guilted him constantly. This was his way out. I can do that. Selenir produced a dagger with a black handle, shifting metals as the blade and its blade topped with a black gem on the pommel. Kill them with this tonight, and I will return and give you your gift. And that's where the dream ends. And I'm going to send you back up because I'm going to be pulling Galarior down. So hold on to that for a minute. Mull it over. Galarior.
Hello?
You sleep fitfully. I need a wisdom check.
Fuck.
Wisdom saving throw to be exact.
Okay, I was gonna ask.
This will determine how prevalent this problem is. The cat is a menace. Hello? You rolling?
Yeah, I rolled.
I think it locked up for me. Hold on a sec. It's like nobody's mice are moving on the screen for me.
Oh, yeah.
I could see it on the stream. It's a 19? 19.
Yeah, 19.
You try to stave it off. It almost feels like cold fingers going into your mind. You twitch and fit in your sleep a little bit, trying to push it off, and then you feel it. Your forehead burns, right where he touched. And then you see somebody step out of the darkness toward you. Familiar, tall Altmer, long silver hair, pallid skin, blue glowing eyes. The further you step away, the easier it is for me to enter your mind. You have not gone to your princess realm yet, have you?
I think you already know the answer.
I do. You are correct. The boundary broke for me, guys.
Oh no.
down and reopening it. Oh, I think Foundry's down, period. Hold on. Let me check Forge support.
Well, let me.
This message is brought to you in part by Foundry.
By-
Sometimes this happens.
Yep, sometimes servers break, guys, so it might be theater of the mind for a bit. Fortunately, there's no more combat for right now.
Oh,
Hopefully,
yeah. My Foundry.
I am gonna leave a message in the Forge support to let Arcanist and Kakarado know that it went down.
On the plus side, I can still have the music play in the background while we're doing this, so you're all good, stream.
Oh, what's error code 520? We'll screen snip that. Okay, they're let know. He looks you over. You're right, I do know. I just wish to talk to you. So let's chat. What do you plan to gain from hopping across Oblivion? It's not like you could get back to Tamriel. I made sure there was no path back.
I'm not of a mind to tell you anything.
And why not? I can already see in your mind, given I'm here. And what is Hircine going to do? He cannot stop me from being in your mind. He is not as powerful as me. Keeps his realms too narrow. Hunt and man-beasts. What is that hope to stand against the Prince of Profane Magic and Undeath?
He alone has little chance. But I follow the Lord of Secrets for a reason.
Yes, the Lord of Secrets. Yet he is blind to the secrets I keep. How sad.
I will have them.
That's what you think.
I will tear them from your skull if I have to, Manamako. I
You
promise
do.
you this.
You, of all, somebody who follows a Daedric prince, should know. You cannot kill one of us. The last time that happened, reality nearly broke. Do you wish to destroy everything and everyone you care about, including your precious Daedric prince, just to kill me?
But you are not born of Padamai. You are not true Daedra, are you?
And Talos is not a true Aedra, but yet he is an Aedra. Ascension is possible. Well, no longer for you. I destroyed the only way to ascend when I ascended. I'm not going to let anybody follow in my footsteps. This is my greatness and my power. Not even the late Vanis Galarian could stop me. Now you have confirmation that he truly thinks Vanis Galarian is dead. furious typing in the background.
And yet,
I will find you. Or Berwatha, or Mafala, or Namira, or Vermina. It does not matter where you go in Oblivion. You are mine, and after your little visit to Berwatha's realm, the others will be watching out for you.
I belong to the Golden Eye, and no other.
And you can be stolen.
I will
I
not
did
be.
steal Falnir, after all.
I am not Falnir.
That is true. You are not as great as Falnir. He is a loyal, friendly subject.
To you,
That is true to me. And to Silenir. Even if you get back to Ner, Silenir will find you. And Silenir will bring you before me, and we will kill you. And every time he says Silenir's name, you can almost hear a little bit of a fondness inflection in his voice.
not before I rip the throat from your pet.
And I will bring him back and have him kill you again. You cannot kill my chosen.
I will kill him as many times as I have to.
Adorable.
And then you.
Struggle as you might, I will track you down. And you will die.
I will.
Or maybe I'll
Eventually.
keep you alive to watch my plan finish unfolding.
You speak like a Daedra, but you are not one. And you will never be one. You will always be lesser, and you know it.
You are telling yourself lies. Lies you wish to believe. And he is going to insight check you and press a finger to your forehead and burn into your mind.
Hold on. I think
They're probably freaking out right now, like, no!
Foundry, please. I need my insight.
So
No,
I
not
rolled
insight.
a 54. Do you want me to roll it now that I'm back in?
Jesus. No, I see it.
Okay. It's
Um,
very spotty right now, and somebody else did get it. They got a temporary boot.
what's he inciting again? Like, specifically?
To whether you truly believe that he's not a Daedric prince or not. Or if you're just telling yourself lies just to make yourself feel comfortable.
No, Galerior does genuinely believe that an ascended mortal who is not of Padamai's essence can never be on the same level as a Daedric prince, because they are pure. Manamarco is not, and neither is
Yeah.
Talos in the Adric sense.
Yeah.
He thinks that
And
Manamarco and Talos are false.
He takes his finger, he presses it into your forehead, and you feel a shock go through your skull. A shock of pure agonizing pain, almost like a cluster headache. In that moment, your mind is thrusted back to the warp in the west. You see him ascend. You actually see him ascend to godhood and leave his living or his lich mortal flesh behind. And then it speeds forward to the hero of Kavach, a young Breton woman, cutting his head off. And then parading it around, dancing and laughing maniacally. And if you think I'm not immortal, does that, not a Daedric prince, does that also make her not Sheogorath? Because you saw it. I showed you. You saw my ascension. Then you saw her slowly slipping into her role, her mantling of the title of Sheogorath.
Sheogorath already existed. There was no Manamarco before you. There was
You are
no Daedra
correct.
before you. But Molag Bal, and you did not usurp him. You did not mantle him.
No, I did not. But I stole one of his realms and made it my own.
One.
And I made a whole nother for myself. And that is profane magic because it deserves an equal footing as the other schools.
And you are so desperate to prove that you are one of them. And you are not. And you never will be.
I don't need to prove I am one of them. I know I am. You heard what Hircine said when he was hunting you in his little game. The other princes believe me to not be a true prince. He, Molagabal, Mehrunes Dagon, and Malakath know the truth. I am a prince. I am now a piece of creation, and my destruction will wreak havoc on all of creation. You may even do Alduin's job and destroy it if you kill me. Not that you could. You don't have the tools and you don't have the know-how. And you never will, because I destroyed the knowledge that Mehrunes Dagon once held in the efforts to kill another prince. No insight check required there. He's in your mind. He's telling the truth. He destroyed the methods Mehrunes Dagon used to kill the purveyor of Deadlight, the owner of Deadlight. He destroyed that so no other prince can be destroyed. I'm always 2 steps ahead of you and your little idiot cohorts. I wish you luck, because I'm going to track you down. And I think I will have Namira get you, because she did enjoy it last time.
I will make you forgotten.
No prince is truly ever forgotten. You know that. You have that sense in the back of your mind every time you use that little amulet of yours. You know there's another prince. And then he flicks your head and shunts you out of sleep. Glarior and Tiny both shoot up from their sleep.
Wakes up with a start. Just
Morning.
When Tiny wakes up, he on his feet and he has his axe in his hand.
Let me guess. Prophetic dreams.
He looks around for a second, catches his breath, and is like, guess if it's happening to one of us, it's gonna happen to all of us.
He
Mhm.
does raise his eye when he sees Glarior. Twice.
And Glarior is he's kind of fallen away from Caldron. He's holding his head, he's holding himself almost by the antlers. He's pressing his hands in like he's trying to keep his skull from falling apart.
Dear.
Tiny looks to Valeria and then walks over to Taliesin, puts his axe away. He's like, Taliesin,
Hmm?
I need you to, I would like you to promise me two things. And you see his face is like he has a worry on his face.
Sure.
One, don't repeat what I'm going to say. Glager can hear it, but not to the rest of the party.
He thumbs up.
Two, if I ever, and I mean ever, raise my blade to you or anyone else in this party, whether be in rage or not, put me down. No second thoughts.
He blinks. He does a double take. And he's like a little baffled that you said that very clearly on his face. But I can do that promise, I think, but why?
And he has this thought of like,
You were Verlaine in that dream, by the way.
yeah, I kind of got that. He has this thought where he's like, before he answers this question, he's like, no matter how angry I get at any of you, I will never turn my blade of my own mind. So if I do, it is not of my mind, and I deserve to be put down rather than put any of you in danger.
I would consider that a last resort, Thribby. I've come to like you, even though you, I've come to like you. I'd
All
rather...
things said and done, please save me, but if not, and I am about to kill any of you, I would rather go down.
I will keep that in mind.
And then he then kind of explains the dream he had to the best of his knowledge. And so he tells the part of how he thinks he was a Tavani, a wizard or mage, how he was surrounded by the feeling of losing everything. He then was just, the rage he equates is near identical but different to the rage he describes to you as like when he's fighting. And in that rage, it was just a lash out at everyone and everything, to the point when he went to each prince. Then, when felt like none of them answered, Silinair appeared and said, I will give you power, but I ask that you kill your family, including your children.
As
And
he's explaining this, does that line up with what Ndasi told us about Verlaine?
Yup.
Okay, continue.
and then he kind of asks you to see the dagger Nocturnal gave you.
He again.
It's in your
right-
inventory. I did it finally import
Yeah.
it, put it in your inventory the other day.
Is the dagger I saw in my dream identical to the one that Taliesin has?
No, not at all.
He does as Thurby asks, and oh, you mean this?
Okay, well,
The dagger
Tiny-
that he is holding is kind of like a deep purples and blacks shifting, and it's got kind of like a zigzag blade to it,
Mhm.
and it has no gem on the pommel. It's just a straight black pommel with black wrapped leather. The one you saw in your dream was of shifting black metals with a black gem that looked kind of like a skull on the pommel. Not the same at all.
Okay, so he will say it's like that, but then he would describe all, like how you so eloquently put it, of how there's the differences.
And it was a curved blade, not a zigzag.
Yeah. And so, assuming whatever Nocturnal wanted to do with that soul that she asked you, Mana Markle did with his two sons' souls, even if he called them
Daughters.
leeches.
Killed his Villain had
Oh,
two
right. I
daughters.
wrote children, not sons. Sorry.
Yeah.
He did it to his two children, and even if they were leeches, that is a mile past what is even acceptable.
Oh, it's
It almost makes you sick recalling that feeling of like disdain and hatred for your own kids.
Yeah, and he does that like the dog shaking in the air, like trying to get the water off him, and he's like, I'm gonna go get us breakfast, and then
yeah, of course.
yeah, he leaves to go hunt for small game for breakfast.
Seeing Thribby leave, he makes a note in his Book of Shadows and walks up to Glarior.
Glarior has, by this point, pulled his hands off of his head, and he's just sitting and staring at the dirt.
Did you have another prophetic dream?
Not a prophecy. Not a vision. Manamarco wanted to speak. He sounds tired and like it hurt. Something
Your head's
hurt.
still throbbing, but the headache is gone away.
I don't think I've ever heard you that bloody tired. What the fuck did he do to you?
He just wanted to talk. He asked me where we were going, what we were doing. I did not tell him. Of course.
Of course.
And I threw a few words that may have upset him.
He smirks.
Glarior gets a bit of a satisfied look on his face. And then he winces a little bit and rubs his temple with the heel of his palm, kind of taking the chance to smush his eye against his wrist like it's bothering him. He knows where I am. He knows the conversations I've had. He knows what I believe about him, the Daedra.
And
It was a simple talk.
Well, considering that she woke up with a headache, I would imagine that any conversation with that bastard isn't really a simple talk. What do you believe then?
I believe that the Daedra are of their power because they were born of Paramai. One can mantle themselves into the position of a Daedric prince, but to ascend from mortality to godhood. He shakes his head. That does not make you a god.
This makes you false, if anything.
Makes you a pretender,
Aye.
something lesser.
Never thought of it like that, but you did bring it into perspective now I think about it. I'm assuming he didn't like that when you mentioned it.
No.
I guess that makes two of us who've insulted that, self-righteous fuck to his face.
It enraged him considerably. Hence the headache. I'm used to this. The pain.
Did
And
he,
my head falling apart. And
Oh.
being aware of just how many neurons sit within my skull. It is familiar.
Hey, science doesn't exist in Elder Scrolls. There's no
Yeah,
such thing as a
yeah,
neuron.
oh no, that was kind of a metal line. I'm not gonna lie.
Neuron
Let me
activation.
believe.
It was, but
Neurons exist. Let me believe.
Neuron
Brain cells.
activation.
And Glarior closes his eyes and shakes his head.
Taliesin reaches out for a moment, retracting his hand, but he does, like, gently pat him on the head.
Mild update on what's going on with Boundary. It seems to be a West Coast outage. All the people that are having issues are on the West Coast.
Man.
Well, now everyone knows where we are.
Speak for yourself.
Ooh! Half side of a country! Ooh, yeah. Try me, bitch.
I know where you live.
You live somewhere on the western side of North America.
It's not that big.
Turns west. I see you. But Glarior kind of sits there as Taliesin pats his head. He gets a sort of like, what the fuck? Look on his face. His hair is once again dirty. Particularly gross. Lined with dirt and caked with blood. Again.
He is very not bothered by this. But he like flicks a couple pieces of like dried mud out of his hair. But he does continue like to gently pat as like a soothing motion. Well, I mean, not sure what's worse from torture from Manimarco, splitting headaches that you're used to, or having your former lover turn into a corpse when you kiss them. It's give or take at that point.
I would take 100 years of torture at the hands of Emmaus Mora than be subjected to it by Manimarco. Not that I'm uncomfortable with the torture. It is not unfamiliar, but the fact it is from him
Aye.
that he has claim over me.
It's not pleasant, I can imagine.
No.
By the way, the one thing that you missed, Glarior, while you were still gone before you arrived, is Hircine confirmed Manimarco is a true Daedric prince. He's like, the others don't want to accept it, but he's a Daedric prince, and they should take that seriously, is essentially what he said.
Should, but I won't.
Yeah.
Glarior kind of he gives Taliesin's arm, his patting arm, a weird sort of look. Like he doesn't understand what he's doing or what the gesture is supposed to be. And then looks off into the forest. Daedra can be bound. They can be erased, if temporarily. Never killed, never gone. Nothing is lost forever. It doesn't matter what I think of him.
It may not, but I appreciate the insights from someone who does know. Maybe not the one who knows, but someone who knows. And gives a very small smile.
Speaking of the one who knows, he pulls the amulet out of his armor to check if it's recharged yet.
It is now officially recharged. You're gonna have to give me a minute because I'm having trouble connecting because of this
Yeah.
West Coast outage.
This West Coast outage is brought to you in part by the Esper server. You should join it so you can talk to us or even Soul to learn about Esper.
Hi.
It's it's
Or, you know,
fun.
just chat with me and my players, because
Yeah, we're normal people.
why not? And you know, so like this is the first time I've had a problem with Forge in probably half a year, so still pretty decent service. Do you want a virtual tabletop that supports Foundry? Do that. But keep in mind, if you do purchase Forge server space, you actually have to own the virtual tabletop of Foundry first, because you will have to put the license in when you. Yeah. They don't just give it to you. Come on, man. Connect.
Glarior tucks the amulet back under his armor. Whenever we are ready, it is ready to be used again. Is Taliesin's hand still on his head?
No.
Okay.
He has stopped patting him when he mentioned the little cheeky
Good
comment.
kitty.
Okay. He reaches up and kind of runs his hand through his hair where Taliesin's hand was. Still has a really confused look on his face.
What?
Like Big Drax petting Rocket Raccoon.
Why did you touch me so?
It's it's called a head pat. It's a sign of comfort. I thought that maybe you would understand that a little bit, but
No.
Well, I figured you might have appreciated it, considering you had a headache.
Yeah, he didn't give consent for fucking
Jesus
head
fucking
pat.
Christ.
What the hell?
He kind of stares at Taliesin for like a few seconds and then shakes his head. I'm not accustomed to physical contact of any kind.
He just kind of shrugs.
He just really needs a hug.
You know what,
Wasn't that the
Soul?
complete opposite of what he said?
No, he said he's not accustomed to it. He doesn't know what it is.
Okay, so we're all gonna give him a big group hug when he comes back.
Taliesin gives him a really weird look, and he's like not wanting to say it, but he's like, do you know what a hug is?
He looks over at Tiny, who has given him a hug against his will.
Tiny went out to go get food. Is he back by now?
Well,
Yeah.
Yeah,
Would imagine
whatever.
so.
Look in his direction or at him if he's there. Hi, Java, get out of my chair. And he gives a little shrug. I am familiar with the jester by virtue of him.
I'm sorry.
Hi, Java, don't. She's
It's-
trying to jump on me.
The stream is once again brought to you in part by Java Chip, another cat.
You have anything to say?
So I'm I don't know what it is for you, Thorn or Wave, but
Nope, still dead in the water.
so depending on how quickly they handle this or if they're even paying attention, but because earlier one of the mods said that they didn't find any issues on their end, but they could be East Coast. So, but a lot of us GMs, one even had to cancel their session halfway through because it was that bad for them.
Gross.
Yeah, is like there's a lot of problems going on, and they need to get one of the West Coast mods to look into it, because clearly the people that are looking into it right now are East Coast.
Yeah.
R.I.P.
So
I
when I do the rules, I'm gonna have to do it on my phone.
Yeah.
So
Understandable.
Yeah. What was the last
Oh.
thing that was said?
it says
you-
I'm in game right now.
You said you were looking at Thribby. You are accustomed to it. Tals and said, "I'm sorry." Sarcastically, of course.
Yeah. Glarior kind of shrugs. I am learning the customs of physical contact, but most of the time, my family would refrain from contact with one another. Falmir especially.
Sex is gross.
Yuck.
What?
What does that have to do with anything?
Talking
Contact.
about Glarior's family.
Contact. Well, how are babies made? How are people added to your family, huh?
The
Not
stork.
with his uncle.
The stork.
No, but people marry into the family. Why did your mind go directly to that rather than marriage?
Oh my god. Context is key here.
Sex doesn't
Any
exist in
fucking
Skyrim.
way.
Tell me, why
Glarior.
did your mind go to that?
I'm not. Shut up. Glarior shakes his head. It was not encouraged. It was not dissuaded, but it was not something I grew up with
Eh,
or grew
I
into.
have to do something real quick. You guys are gonna all have to fucking rejoin because it's not letting me back unless I stop and restart the server.
No.
that's crazy.
Because it's still saying I'm in game, and I can't have one of you guys boot me because I'm the only one with the ability to do that.
But if everyone just backed out, those who are on the East Coast.
It doesn't work that way. It says I'm still in game.
Yeah, she has to restart it to kick herself out, basically.
That's
Yeah.
fine. We'll restart it.
Go for it.
So, hi, this is the error screen chat. So,
It's a lot of error.
Don't look at my private shit, thank you.
That was on stream.
I can't see it anyway, it's fine. So, as I was saying,
Okay, rejoin, guys.
so, at the mention of that, Taliesin said, a family that has lack of contact with each other, that sounds oddly familiar.
Yeah.
You're not in this scene.
I'm just saying, like, in general.
Yeah.
No,
Looks at-
you're
looks
not
at God,
in this
You're not in this
episode.
scene.
No, not Fair and me, like the player.
I know. But yes, Taliesin does.
I'm actually here.
I'm gonna strangle you. Taliesin nods and says that, never really. I think about it. My father wasn't really the touchy type, and I never got any of that from my mother. Brother's
Okay, I'm back
a bit
in.
different, but I do understand the sentiment.
Glarior does look away from you as you say that.
Okay, I'm back in,
Looks-
so we can do the rolls now.
I'm in.
He looks a little bit hurt. Like an ancient hurt. Well, not ancient, but an old hurt is resurfacing.
Are you alright,
No,
mate?
not that roll. The necklace roll.
Shivering
He-
out, shivering out, shivering out, shivering
like-
out.
Pauses for a moment and then waves a hand. sort of dismissively, it is not important. I've not had any contact in a matter of years. Many. It is alien to me. At least now.
Taliesin looks away for a moment, then looks back to Glarior. Would you like a hug? You ripped out my tooth, it could be worse.
Glarior tenses a little bit. And hold on, actually. Oh god.
You're not in
Sleeper
this
agent.
scene through me.
Oops, that was a D20. I wanted a D2.
Oh.
Make me have Hircine kidnap you guys.
These are my losers. You can't have them.
Yeah, you weren't able to get much game, Ribby. Sorry.
Glarior
God of the Hunt is unhappy right now.
staring at the fucking ceiling. Glarior kind of shrugs. Only if you will not pop my spine in several places and dislocate a shoulder.
What do you think I am, Thribby?
No.
You go first.
Lost my turn. I had lost my turn. I thought you go ahead.
Okay. Taliesin, is he looking at him, or is he still looking away?
He's looking at him again.
Okay. Taliesin has a much smaller smile. Eyes are kind of half-lidded, giving him a very sympathetic look as he like slowly opens his arms and just ushers him and is like, "Oh, come on then."
Java, I am trying to roleplay. Hey, what do you have
Java!
We're having a moment.
Homophobic.
to say? Ow, don't fucking bite me. Hey, what do you have to say? What do you have to say?
Nothing.
Homophobic.
What do you have to say for yourself, Missy?
She pleads the fifth.
Alright, I'm
Okay, there it is.
Yeah, that's
I
what
was
I
very upset. Anyways.
Jal, I'm banishing the monster to your room. She keeps biting me in the middle of roleplay.
Hermes was biting my ankle earlier.
This is what you get when you
Be
tune
gone,
in
stinky.
to our streams, guys. Our tender roleplay
Our
moments
cats.
are constantly interrupted by cats.
Anyway,
They're the real BBG.
BBEG, YB. Glarior takes a very tentative step forward, and then another to close the gap, and he kind of like slumps against Taliesin with like his forehead on his chest. He lifts his arms, but he doesn't know what to do with them.
Okay, so what you do when you hug someone is you... Jesus.
Oh yeah.
Cough. Cough.
Fucking-
That's what
Wow.
In the back of my throat when I'm trying to do the voice.
So what you do is that you slowly... There are different versions, but the normal one is just wrap your arms around my torso and just hold on tight.
And considering the size difference, he wraps his arms around like the back of Glarior's shoulders and puts a hand on the back of his head and gently pats it.
Where's my sheet? Glarior, kind of brings his arms around Taliesin, to the back of his, tunic, coat, I don't know.
Yeah, it's tunic.
Um,
Sure.
And fucking, hey Sarah.
Yeah.
I want to see if this will trigger a bad flashback
Oh no.
Sure.
because of the way
Roll me that
Taliesin is
wisdom
holding
save.
him.
Yeah.
Okay,
Roll me
do
that.
you want it normal or
Wisdom save?
okay?
Let's see
Please
if that
roll.
triggers like a bad flashback of your mom hugging you.
Fuck.
I'm in there.
You're fine.
Okay. Damn it.
I got something, but
You wanted them to freak out right before you guys leave for another round.
Not
Um,
freak out, but I mean,
Burst into
whatever.
fucking tears.
hell
No,
yeah.
something else.
You would have clawed your eyes out.
Not the first time, I guess.
He, Larior stays there for a moment. His hands are really awkwardly placed on Taliesin's back, just like flat hand, fucking, you know.
Yeah.
But like 2 seconds pass, and then Glarior is closing his fingers, gripping into Taliesin's tunic.
Mm-hmm.
And he stays there and kind of shrinks into the embrace, and suddenly he seems so small and weak.
Taliesin tries to shroud him as best as he can. I think he would just try to like not cower over him, but like embrace him more in the shadows so it's like comfortable. As is like the arm around his shoulder tightens and he just strokes the back of his hair like a parent would.
And Glarior stays for a few more seconds, and then abruptly rips himself out of the hug. Takes a step back.
Realized how gay that was.
Yes.
Hell yeah.
As he rips out, Taliesin holds up his hands in a very surrender posture.
And Glarior kind of stares at the ground for a while. A long time. And then... Okay.
You alright?
I remember.
Remember what?
I was young. I was very young. It was after the Thalmor burned our woods. We were running away. I was 9, I think. As we fled, he would hold me like that. The way someone who cares should.
Who?
remember my parents. Not well, anyway. But I remember him. And that's all I have. I have to remember. I'd forget the memory as soon as it crossed my eyes. We should leave.
Taliesin nods. He frowns hearing that, but he doesn't say anything. I'll go wake the others up.
Without another word, Glarior takes a couple steps away and faces the forest to stare into it.
You raise the amulet. I want you to roll.
Please.
Breakfast first.
No.
Yeah.
You got no. You guys have to travel on an empty stomach.
Breakfast to go. Yeah, and probably
Damn it!
wait to eat breakfast, and
So
then
you don't puke.
yeah.
No, I was about to say, like, it's better this way so she doesn't peek it up.
After breakfast, fucking come on,
Yeah, well,
Glarior, go
Tiny
home.
would just give the rabbit
Do
to
it.
Glarior.
Apocrypha.
Fuck!
No.
That's not a 21.
That's not a 21. What did I roll? 18.
That's pretty high, actually.
Yeah, but that's not a good thing.
I have to re-roll.
Oh.
That's not very nice.
That's the necromancer's moon number. 9.
Have her
That-
home again.
You're there. Roll again.
Wait,
Take me home,
Okay.
please.
Hey, 6-9, let's go. 8.
Oh. Oh no.
Oh
can you
no.
reroll the
Oh,
amulet?
Oh no.
Unfortunately, no.
Oh,
Uncle
damn.
Shay, Uncle Shay, Uncle Shay.
Unfortunate.
There's probably more
No.
Well, there's the tension music, so I'm kind of scared.
Fuck.
Oh, fuck.
We
You-
just had this talk. God damn it.
Oh.
I mean, you know what to do. He's at least not one of the bad guys. You could just hang out, hide somewhere, let it recharge, and do it again.
I want to hide. I don't want to talk to Dagon.
No,
I
nobody
do.
does. Hircine and Nocturnal both warned you. He's not for it. He's still salty. Leave him alone.
The fact that Hircine specifically said he's still salty is still kind of funny. He's kind of salty. It's like, Hircine, did you just use slang? Yes. What about
Hircine has
it?
brain rot. Leave him alone.
Look, he has some werewolves that are zoomers, okay?
Hircine rubbing off on the brain rot. Brother, really, I'm gonna kill you.
He is a furry.
Motherfucker really said he's gonna
You
yacht
guys-
for the Rizzler.
Feel it.
You need to fuck boom that
Glarior?
skibbity riz.
You're first to notice. You feel it. It's not going well once again. You have not gotten the hang of it, and you were shunted through and dropped into ashy land. And the first thing you notice is heat. And you look to your left, and there's a river of lava next to it.
Would I
You look up and you
recognize
see
this?
towers in the distance. You guys are in the Deadlands.
Would Glarior know that by like seeing it alone?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
We need to hide.
Everybody would know immediately because of the stories of like the Oblivion Crisis. Okay.
Not another Oblivion Gate.
Oh man. Where's Mankar Cameron in his fucking book? Yeah. Oh, right. Oh, no.
Oh yeah.
Caldron's wearing the armor of Akatosh.
Fuck.
That's another thing that Hircine pointed out, is the people wearing Adric, vestiges of the Adra, stand out like a fucking sore thumb. Because it's almost like a bright pin light in their realm. They can see it without seeing it. Because it's like a void of Adric energy passing through their realm.
Does that mean that they should go in the bag of holding while we're traveling?
Yeah, probably.
Fuck.
Especially right now, because he's gonna sense the armor of Akatosh and be very pissed off.
Okay, can I make an intelligence check to know if that's possible to do?
To store, yeah, you can. I'd say you can store it in the bag of holding. The only things that don't really like bag of holdings are the Elder Scrolls. They don't like that.
Okay, Talzin's gonna quickly look to Alira and Caldron, and with a very panicked look on his face, he's gonna say, "Okay, this is gonna sound fucking stupid, but get in my bag." And he holds open the bag of holding.
No, no,
sorry,
they can
what?
take the armor off and put it in the bag.
That's why I said
I
make
mean-
an intelligence check.
There's only 10 minutes of breathe. Yeah, roll an intelligence check.
Tiny's gonna run
There's
over
only 10
and
minutes of breathing in a fucking bag. You're gonna kill them.
Tiny's gonna run over and try to just start helping Alira take off her armor.
Whoa.
Whoa! Whoa!
You said take
Whoa.
off!
She
Whoa,
has
whoa,
clothes
whoa.
underneath there.
What kind
Come
of
on.
check would it be to like
This is not my Batman
translate
class.
Talzin's words into
Well,
actual stuff that
you're
makes
so
sense?
panicked, you're like, get in the fucking bag. And Keldrin just looks at you and starts taking off the armor and putting it in the bag like, you are on some crack, dude.
Glarior
What?
helps him even though he doesn't need it.
Actually, he looks terrified, so he's definitely not thinking straight.
Yeah. You put it in the bag. Now what? You need to hide. Fortunately, there are no Dremor around. You don't see signs of Mehrunes Dagon around right now.
I prepared this.
You
because it's
seem
smart.
to be in the southern reaches of his realm, while he tends to live in the northern center. Hey, hey, hey! Hey, stop blowing up the Deadlands, man.
Fuck. Fuck.
Watch me!
There we go. Okay. I wanted to cast a spell,
Hey,
not place a template.
everybody can roll stealth and have pass without a trace on, so that's a plus 10. As you guys go to hide underneath a bridge near the river of lava.
So,
Alright.
just letting you know, one of your music is overlapping with the tension music.
Oh.
Yeah, you have 2 tracks on.
Oh, there it is.
Thorn.
There we go. Fixed.
God damn, Thorn!
I think
Wait, what did I roll?
13.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Thank
And
God
that's
I'm a
without
rogue.
the armor on.
So yeah, you two would roll flat, but you do manage to hide Alira tripping over her feet a little bit in a panic, and you hide. It is hot here, but you're unseen as a Titan passes overhead on the bridge.
Seeing,
You can hear the heavy steps.
Seeing Alira fall, Talzin is gonna panic cast invisibility on her.
Oh. Kind of
Okay.
got yourself.
Yeah. He's gonna, I don't know, that's a 4th level, so it's like 1 extra person.
Mm-hmm.
He's gonna cast it on her and Caldron, considering they're the ones
Okay.
that wear the armor, so he doesn't know if the essence is gonna
Adric
wear off.
armor.
Yeah. So, just like, boop, boop.
That Titan does stop overhead for a minute. You can hear it talking in Daedric. Allison and
Glarior.
whoever else, Glarior.
What's it saying?
I'm gonna type it out in Daedric.
E. I can read the demon language.
But he is one.
Dabs. Taliesin shares a look with Glarior. It's a good thing they're in the bag.
Glarior stares up at where the Titan had passed over. He doesn't say anything. He's still like you know how like when like big cats are hunting, they don't move like at all.
Yeah.
That's how he is. Completely frozen. Well, not frozen, but not moving.
Okay. So we just have to wait this out. Fuck. Fucking lovely.
And we're gonna speed it up a little bit because it is getting pretty late for everybody.
Yep.
So I'm gonna have everybody roll their perception checks for their respective watches. Straight, everybody roll.
I love rolling 15s.
You're not doing great, Taliesin. You're very freaked out and panicked.
That's fair.
You're in the realm of the prince that destroyed your home. Okay. Valera and Thribby, you guys did the best. I will say that the rest of you do not sleep very well here. And you do not only get a point of exhaustion, except for Alira and Thribby and Taliesin, because he can't.
Dabs.
But everybody does get a sanity point. Except for Alira and Thribby.
Does that mean we're on watch together? Is that just how
No,
that
you're separated out, but seeing as perception checks are wisdom rolls, I'm counting it all the same.
Yeah.
Pretty much. So. But there are a couple scamps that do pass by, which I'm going to say Tiny does manage to kill pretty quickly by swinging his axe down on them and tossing their body into the river of lava. Other than that, there are passing overhead on the bridge. Nothing else happens. You do rest, but like I said, some of you have exhaustion points, except for Tiny, Alira, and Taliesin. But everybody except for Tiny and Alira get sanity issues. Because this is a horrifying place.
I love going insane.
Hell yeah. My favorite.
Just side note, at one point when everyone was kind of like walking to wherever we were, I guess Tiny would just find out there and say, thanks for always having my back. And kind of hinting at like especially when a Daedric prince was calling on me. And then that's all.
I think she just nod. There's a lot going on.
There is another night of sleep. You know what that means.
Oh man.
Somebody's gonna get a dream. Oh yeah.
could do
Lyra.
Oh,
Yep.
no. Oh, okay.
Time.
Well, we're getting heavy lore today, boys.
Yeah. All right. Lyra, you have your watch, and this is where the sanity point comes in. This right here.
So
You are asleep, and for a moment you can hear waves lapping at a shore. Crunch of sand underneath your feet. And when you look down, it's not your feet. He was sick of this. All of it. No matter what he did or gave up, nothing ever changed. Nothing. He fought for the Daggerfall Covenant. He died for them. He was undead and released and then resurrected from death. He fought so many battles over the last 15 years and gained so many scars, and Tamriel did not change. So much discourse and hatred still ran rampant. The princes still did their thing, killing, manipulating, and hurting people. He went as far as learning necromancy to save elsewhere, and it did not work. Nothing he did worked. He was digging a hole in the sand that kept filling in, and he even accepted unexplained changes in his body to help him fight. Still thankless, still useless. Being prophesied was the absolute worst fate anybody could have. He let out a breath. Once alone on the beach, pulled down his mask and pulled back his hood, exposing his face to the cool sea air. After a minute, he let out a yell of frustration, dropped to his knees, and punched the sand. An act that would do nothing but release some of his frustration, but even that would come crawling back slowly, like a skeever to a pile of garbage. Fennec stared at the water, slowly lapping against the wet sand. For a moment, his mind was peaceful. He disassociated from his troubles. Silence, peace washed over him, and he began to think. Think about all the work he had done to end the plane meld, attempt to stop the Alliance War. He even fought to stop corrupt power seekers and politicians. He even embraced necromancy. Nothing changed. Nothing will change. Fennec snapped out of his thoughts when he heard the sounds of feet in sand, slow, even steps with a slight crunch of a third of something hitting the sand. He would think Valerian Aquilarios, but he gave up his life to stop Molag He looked over to see a tall, silver-haired Altmer with a black, familiar skulled staff. It was Manamarco. He stood and faced him. "You're still around?" "Fennec, you know I have no plans on leaving," he said, a smirk crawling across his lips. "And to my eyes, it seems you are in a predicament once again. Why are you still being nice to me? You know I stopped your scheme and continue to help Tamriel, right?" Fennec stated. Manamarco gave a soft chuckle. "No hard feelings. You did what you must, I did what I must. And now to me it seems like you have hit a breaking point despite all you continue to do and what I taught you to help Tamriel, same as I did, so many centuries ago. This world is thankful. You try to do right by the world and the gods, and you are left with nothing more than mental and physical trauma in trade for power. But not enough to clearly fix the world. While I dealt with being spurned for my choices and how I approach the advancement of magic, you're being spurned for your gifts." Fennec watched as he walked and moved past him, to the shore and look out to sea. He said nothing, and in an odd way, he wanted to hear what Marco had to say. So we turned and quietly listened. The stretches a person takes to do what they feel right is unfathomable. You sacrifice your body, your mind, your soul, people who will forget you in 50 years. And for Brett like you, it's even more insulting as you do not live as long as us, Mer. And what are you getting at this time? I can offer you a solve to all your problems and the time to do it. He turned to the Breton. Fennec sighed. He was at a loss. He was tired and tried every other way. What else did he have to lose? Fine, what do you have this time? And there you go. That was, by the way, the date on that was mid-year 6, 2E 597. So not too long after the plane meld.
590s. What year was the plane built?
582.
Okay.
Yeah.
Dang, he was at it for like.
He
Oh,
was at it
years.
for a long time. He started in his 20s. Anyways. Alira, you snap awake. You were just in the body and thoughts of Fennec. Gerard Lorraine, somebody you loved. And everything was wrong.
Upon seeing that she woke up, with that start, he blinks. This how many fucking dreams is everyone gonna have?
Believes in this. Still has his mind. The bitterness that he felt.
Who?
Fennec.
Tells and raises a brow.
Sorry, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Cat aggro. He was getting on things he shouldn't. Well, so what was said? I had to actually take my headset off.
Talzin, seeing Alira shoot up and is just automatically assuming it's another dream.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so shooting up, she was basically just saying, like, oh, shuds, he has his mind. He chose this. He believed. Yep. Well, let me just pick up from there. Back in the tomb where Adelina lay. He felt genuine in his love for her. And it's because he still believes that. Believes this is the only option left. He's tried everything else.
The only option left? What do you mean?
He spent so many years of his life giving everything of himself and more for Tamriel. He delved into magics that caused him to be shunned, that ate at his body, all because he believed that he was doing good. And yet, in the end, it brought him here. And now he
He welcomed the one that he once fought. They spoke like two old friends almost.
Got the insinuation that it was Manamarco that taught him necromancy.
That is troubling.
He has a face that you could definitely see. Like, he looked disturbed when you woke up because, you know, Deadlands, but he looks even more disturbed now. Taliesin doesn't usually look disturbed.
From what it sounds like, it's similar in some veins to Araclane's proposal, but a much deeper connection. I would not be surprised if... I wouldn't be surprised if Fennec is on the same level of power as Cylanir. He's has to definitely be more skilled than Cylanir, that's for sure. If he's that fucking old.
She'll just nod. They've known each other a long time. I think she likes slump back a bit. Never made sense why he turned. I thought maybe the necromancy got to him, maybe it corrupted him somehow. But the fact that he still believes this, that you could feel that he still loves Tamriel somehow, even through all this. That's somehow even more disturbing.
Does he believe Manamarco can save it?
Yes.
Thank you, God.
I'm saying that to her because that's the emotions and sense she got from this prophetic dream.
Understandable.
He truly believes in the heart of his heart that this is the only way.
Mentioned that when you got that dream from Araclane, that could have been you who would have accepted Manamarco's offer.
Aye.
But how different are we from they? What if we're doomed to this in the future? What if one of us returns?
As you say that, Taliesin looks at his hand and clenches it slowly.
Gaining this power, and we're not so different from them after all. You've seen... I'm assuming Claire is still sleeping. She'll gesture instruction. That's what our power can do. If we're not careful.
Another thing I want to point out is it hits you like a ton of bricks. Similarity in his words to Arin's words about being prophesied is no joy whatsoever. It was at the she has literally stated being prophesied is the absolute worst fate. She would not wish it on her worst enemy.
I think she'll laugh kind of more dryly and sarcastically than you've ever seen her do before. It's a curse. one that we're doomed to follow now.
Oh, that's not like you, Alira. I'm the one that's supposed to be pessimistic, remember?
With good reason.
Well, I've always felt my life has been cursed, but not like this. I suppose you have a point. Maybe there's a point to all this after all. I'd say that if anyone has a chance of taking the same path as the anchorites, it would probably be me or Glariol, perhaps both even.
Shrugs.
No. It could be any of us. With enough time and hatred. I just think about how DeVoidProphecy described Fennec with such love. And you've met the man. For him to care about someone other than himself is a miracle in its own.
Right.
And yet he was the one who fell and slit the throats of the ones he called his brothers, sister. I doubt they saw that coming when their lives ended.
As you finish that, hear a voice from the road above. Where are the intruders? They have something on them that protects them. Find them.
Taliesin scoots a little closer to the group, realizing he has the Meridia thing.
Yup. That's what's keeping... And you look up toward the cliff as footsteps start moving. You see a very large, red, four-armed figure.
Duh.
Is
Your necklace is recharged, Glarior.
I was gonna
He's
say,
looking.
is that yell enough to wake everyone up?
Kintaro.
Yes. Yes.
Alright, we're fucking
It is
off.
a very loud, booming voice.
Holy
With
Fuck.
a lot of power behind it.
Just no available uses remaining. Fuck you, take a long rest. There we go. Jesus.
Fuck you, take a little rest.
Please take me home. Oh, thank God.
Take me
Thank
home.
fucking God.
Yay!
I saw the 7 and
You
Me too.
I was
guys,
looking at the wrong 7.
as his head turns and looks down at you, he's holding a large axe in one of his lower arms. You hold up the necklace, look up at it, and boom,
Yeet!
Away we
bye,
go.
bitch! Flip off.
Yay! Eldritch Land.
Yeah.
Damn it, I wanted to
Eldritch
destroy Niall.
Land! Tentacle time, baby! Oh, that's not supposed to be a good thing, now is it?
Just for me.
I mean, it is if you're
I'm king
wants-
shaming that. That's it, I'm
There's
king shaming.
A little kink shame. A little kink shame.
Okay. I guess.
You are brought to lands under green skies and seas of black ink. You see towers upon towers of books. And the winds welcome you, Glarior. And you are greeted by a small watchling. Slowly approaches you from around a rock He's been waiting for you to come. I guess you're welcome.
Please tell me that's Scroot.
Hi, Scroot.
Screwed.
Yeah!
Would Glarior know Scroot? You think?
Yes, you would know
Okay.
Screwed.
He looks at the watchling.
Hi, Glario. I guess you're the champion now.
Hello, Scroot.
Congratulations.
It is good to see you too.
As good as it can be given the situation. Gotta love our nihilistic little watchling.
I love him so much. I was like,
I kicked myself when I didn't get the digital deluxe edition, so I didn't have him as a pet.
I was hoping, like, we got into Apocrypha, and I was like, my first thought, well, my second thought was like, hey, I wonder if Scroot's here. Lo and behold, Scroot is here.
I was like,
Scroot is indeed here.
I was thinking, it's like, okay, who's gonna greet us when we get to Apocrypha? Because I think it's gonna be a warm-ish welcome. I'm so happy it was Scroot.
We're having a bit of a problem right now that maybe you can help with, but Lord Mora wants to talk to you first. You know where to go, Glarior, the usual place. I can go with you if you want.
Do you have other business to attend to?
No.
He gets like this tiny little smirk on his face. Very well, come with me.
All right.
He
Lady
turns.
Vermina's at it again.
Of course.
And he leads you off this little tiny watchling down a long and winding path in a portion of Apocrypha that Arin had never described. She was in a very different place in Apocrypha.
And the lattices.
Yep. And as the little watchling Scroot leads you down the path, this is where we end today's session.
What a fucking way to end a session. Holy shit.
I hope I'm doing his voice justice.
That is such a good voice.
That's so
Soul.
perfect. You're like, yeah, that's exactly how she sounds. It's perfect Scroot.
Bro, you did Falnir fantastic, and you did Scroot fantastic. Dog. Holy
Oh, thank
shit.
you.
Perfect Scroot.
Thank you. It's freaking Scroot, baby! You didn't think I was gonna do this? I also need to do a practice for Monday and Sunday game, because they're gonna run into Scroot when they get to Apocrypha in the Magicka engine.
Oh boy.
Which means you guys eventually will too when we do campaign 2, but you're not even halfway through this one.
Oh man. Thank you guys for coming. As usual, we will be airing again next Wednesday. Hopefully we'll get some updates from Krim. In the meantime, hope you enjoy. The VOD will be up within the day at the very least. It's going on almost 6 hours now, so it'll take a bit. But thank you for coming.
Yeah, we ran kind of long today.
Thank you for coming. Anyone who followed, thank you for following. Anyone who has not, please do feel free to follow me as we do this every Wednesday. Also, if you're interested in other content, I do other content on Twitch. But thank you for joining us. And go ahead.
Thank you, everybody who did join us. I love sharing this story with people. And when Sunday Game actually finished out campaign 1 and defeated Manamarco, I cried a little. So, just a little bit. So, I can't wait to share the rest of this campaign with the rest of you, and I hope you all join us for this journey, and I look forward to this every freaking week. It is the highlight of my week. And back to you, Shade.
Just emphasizing everything else. Thank you for joining, and we hope you have a wonderful night. See you then. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.